Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp, and welcome on in to another session of Elden Ring Reforged Deathless. All content, fire spells only, the routing. So we're scouting ahead for what a real run would look like. Thank you, or greetings to you, Mr. Jason. I hope you're doing well, good sir, in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Before we well and truly begin, I would like to take just a moment to thank our wonderful contributors during this month's cycle who have generously given me money because they like my work. If you guys, I read these plaques as a way to say thank you for that. And how do you get your names on these plaques, one might ask? That's easy. Just buy or maintain a Twitch subscription. You can even use your non-renewable like free Prime Gaming subscription with your Amazon Prime account in order to, you know, subscribe for free. You get that by paying $120 a month for your like Amazon Prime account or what have you. But yes, you just buy or maintain a Twitch membership, buy or maintain a coffee membership, or a one-time donation of $2 or more. I am failing to see what is going on here. Yeah, that it's coming in. It's just not actually coming in. Hold on. I might need to refresh the dock here. Let me just... How would I do this? Not reset startup flags. Let's just trigger a test message. Okay, that's working. I'm not particularly sure why that isn't working elsewhere. Anyway, I'll go ahead and read those plaques now because I feel like I fumbled the delivery a little bit. Thank you to Mr. Balshak in particular for his 6-month allotment of a tier 1 Twitch membership. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of such a membership, good sir. I would also like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued membership over on Coffee. Please do enjoy the perks of such a membership package. And while I don't have any one-off contributors this month, I would like to thank people who have made one-time donations in the past. Your contributions really do mean the world to me, as do everyone else's. But of course, you guys being here is simply enough. And with that, let's go ahead and get into the action, shall we? Let's go ahead and do this. And I will catch up on chat here. Mr. Jason says, earlier today, good sir, on Reddit, someone made a post titled, 1,000 Year Door, Mario Maker 2, or Bowser's Fury for my 7-year-old. I did not make a post, but I thought, what's this preparing a child for real life? More than playing trolls in Super Mario Maker 2. I think you'd have an upset parent, is what I would say to that. But yeah, you're right. Mr. Jason goes on to say, also earlier today, good sir, Mr. Jason received an email from a certain British chocolatier, and it said, coming soon, 2 seasonal recipes in time for autumn. Uh-oh, get out the pumpkin spice lattes, folks. Here come those seasonal fall favorites. So, I do have a little bit of a snack here for my breakfast. If you guys don't mind me eating it, I will just cover up my camera and mute my mic while this is happening. That way you guys aren't hearing or similar sounds while I'm chewing, if that's all right. If not, I'll just try to finish it between breaks. But as for what I had for... Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason still very much loves Bodie McBoatface. I hear you. Mr. Jason doesn't mind, good sir? Very well. Then I will do the recap, and I'm going to, like, quietly, or after we do the recap, I'm going to, like, do the things I described, where I mute my mic and wink out the webcam so you guys aren't seeing the eating. As for what happened last time, well, first, let me start by saying there's only one to two sections of map we don't have left. There's this area here, which is the crumbling Fair Missoula, and we have Moog's little spot over here. That's it. Otherwise, we're about to have the whole complete map for Elden Ring. Great. At least the base game. But we got done with, or at least I think we got done with the consecrated snowfield. We went through Gerudo Fortress, or the Pirates Fortress, Elden Ring edition. That was a pretty great capstone. That took a couple of hours. And then we started climbing Miquella's Halleck Tree. That's what this all is Miquella's Halleck Tree. And this section is, it's going to be very vertical today. As for our goal, you guys want to know what goal I'm thinking of? It's real simple. It's the highlighted red split you see on your screen underneath my webcam where it says Melania, Goddess of Rot. Our goal is to get to Melania and make some attempts today. Yeah, I know, low bar, right? But I'm telling you, this is like a fun fact for those that don't know about how Elden Ring works. So, Elden Ring all of Elden Ring's enemies are tiered. Now, they're kind of interspersed randomly throughout the game. What Elden Ring did was basically structure them so that the tiering isn't random. And it ranges from 1 to 21, with 1 being the enemies in Limgrave, like right outside the first steps, / inside the Cave of Knowledge. And 21 being Melania herself. That's right, Melania is tier 21. There is no other boss in the game that is as hard as Melania is. I am not joking. The last time I fought her, it took me 36 attempts, and I had to learn the triangle shuffle for that. And now I have to relearn the triangle shuffle. It's going to be a while. I hope you guys are in for the wild ride, because I think you're going to enjoy it. Truly. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, well, Mr. Jason has, make sure I've not missed a message. I have not. While Mr. Jason has never won, the certain British chocolatier has a giveaway of a chocolate cabinet that you are entered into each time that you use your VIP.me card. And the chocolate cabinet, good sir, is 80 pounds in and of itself. A royal British chocolate feast. Who would have thunk? I mean, that sounds like a good time. Don't threaten me with a good time. That's what I got to say about that, but I digress. Mr. Jason says, also good sir, TCC verified developer #1 Dimitro has made a brand new game called Bullet Vendetta. I've just informed them that when they're ready, they can, since they are TCC improved, they can inform TCC clients in the new game. Oh, that sounds awesome. That explains what I was seeing in Suremu's feed earlier when I saw it on the Twitch page. Yeah, I hope Mr. Suremu is having fun with that. Among everything else. That's awesome. Yeah, I do also... Mr. Jason says, coin stamp, don't threaten me with a good time. But you threaten me with a good time 6 days a week. Fair enough, good sir. Fair enough. I meant the chocolate, but yes, I'm glad you're having a good time, for what that's worth. Now, I'm going to wink out my cam, and I'm going to crack open the... I guess I could show you what I'm... quote-unquote snacking on. You know, provided I don't make a mess and get crumbs everywhere. Ta-da! 1 Cadbury Caramello. I haven't had these in forever. They're quite good. I can see why, you know, my stepmother likes these. Hashtag not sponsored by Cadbury Caramello. And also, hashtag not sponsored by Starbucks. I need the energy this morning. Because after my time at the gym today, I couldn't shower. Like, they have showers, they have stalls for that sort of thing. They did a cleaning right when I was, like, gearing up to take a shower at the gym. So my ass stank. I walked, I was like, I might as well get myself some breakfast. I got a buffalo chicken wrap right out of the cold section at Walmart, and, well, let's just say I ended up getting my cardio after all. So I reek of salty slime. Mr. Jason says, I know that Saremi really wants to get a sponsor from Taco Bell. Tell him he should reconsider. If he has not primed himself off of the I guess not everywhere has a Cyclospora outbreak. If there's a Taco Bell in Kuwait, that's probably fine. But, you know, Taco Bell is one of the chains that gets their lettuce from Taylor Farms. And if you guys don't know much about Taylor Farms, that's fine. That's an endemic to the U.S. I can explain. That's like a food producer here in the U.S. They ship produce, and Taylor Farms is known for not having good safety inspection protocols. Not only has Taylor Farms not had good safety inspection protocols, they were recently able to lobby the government, the U.S. government, to roll back food safety inspection protocols, specifically on their stuff. So, we have got two different outbreaks going on right now. We have a Cyclospora outbreak for lettuce. Cyclospora is a bacteria, by the way. It makes it have the runs real bad. The other one is Salmonella. But Salmonella, Mr. Jason, I do believe you know what to do with that. Thank you very much. Advertising random discords. Get out of here with that. Thank you for the assist, good sir. Like I was saying, we have Salmonella and jalapenos. Jalapeno products like salsa, pico de gallo, salsa verde, even the chili and tomatoes in a can would not, even the chili and tomatoes in a can are all subject to this recall. So I don't think they necessarily, I don't think they have this problem in where Saremi lives, but I should say a lot of the American food establishment chains tend to get their supplies from like the same producer. So McDonald's, Olive Garden, Taco Bell, Walmart, Aldi's here in the States, Publix, all of them get their like food from Taylor Farms, and they're the ones that have lobbied for the lower inspections. So what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is I want Mr. Saremu to enjoy his Taco Bell, but I would maybe encourage him to do some research. I don't want him to suffer Cyclospora or Salmonella. That would be bad. I'm not necessarily saying things are like that where he lives, just you never know when something might slip the cracks and all of a sudden another country that is eaten from an American establishment chain that gets their food from Taylor Farms will now have a Cyclospora or a Salmonella outbreak because of us. That's all. Sorry, all of that was very long-winded, but I want him to be safe. I want everyone to be safe. Mr. Jason says, in fact, good sir. In fact, good sir, because I read the sponsorship already. I made him 7 new commands, good sir. Exclamation mark, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And all of them say, hey, Suremu, it is insert day. Just insert remaining number of days until Taco Tuesday. Except for Tuesday. Yeah. And then Tuesday is like it's taco time or something. Exclamation mark Tuesday just said, why did you type this command? It is Taco Tuesday. Just order a damn meal. Right? Oh, man. I could go for a good taco. I could go for a good Tex-Mex bowl, actually. I'm hungry. Sorry. We've been sitting at this map screen. I'm glad he loves those commands, good sir, for what that's worth. We've been sitting at this map screen for too long, and my chocolate is going to melt if I don't eat it. Mr. Jason says I'm also hungry. Well, where's your meal at? Mr. Jason says, for more amazing content, well, then I will do my best to supply that to you, good sir. In that case, I'm going to mute the mic now, obscure my webcam, and I'm going to eat this bar while we play the video game. How's that sound? See everyone after, after I'm done eating. Promise. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Man, we're getting bots today, and they're not even the graphic design scam anymore. They're now random Discord invites. Mr. Jason says, once Suremu hops over to The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, it'll probably go from 50-50 here and there to 75-25. Yeah, that's totally fine, good sir. I will just be here eating my caramel and chocolate and trying not to die. But thank you for giving me the heads up, good sir. Mr. Jason says, I like how you say caramello, good sir. I cringe when some merc and say caramel, like Carmelo. And as a Brit, I'm like, Wow, you've already taken the U. Why attack the A now? Some people just like to shorten the words. Hey, at least it's not abbreviation speak. Have you seen abbreviation speak? It's literally just shorten every word to as few letters as possible while it still sounds like the word. I was not an English major, but I get sent when I see stuff like that. Are people like, but it's faster to talk this way? And I'm like, no one can read what the hell you wrote. What do you mean? Also, I finished my food and my drinks, so I'm good to show my face again. Although I may need to go get a drink in a hot second because I have just finished my coffee. And I have nothing, but yeah, I use all the words. It's caramello. That's how it's supposed to be said. It's caramel. Like come on now. Let's not chop off letters here. We don't need to do that. It is perfectly normal American English to say caramel, not caramel. It's like pecan versus pecan. Like that one, I could maybe see an argument for, like they're both correct, but pecan has two syllables, P-E-C-A-N, C-A-N, pecan. I realize there's no A, so you're incentivized to not say pecan. You're incentivized to say pecan, but still, like, there's just some people need. I'll say it. Some people just need to take phonetics again. Some people literally need to open the Leapfrog book and practice their phonetics, because oh my god. Now we're really in a post-literate world now, which is such a shame. We're not the only ones, here in the States, we're not the only ones dealing with this problem. Finland, the poor sods in Finland are also having to deal with the literacy problem too. They've already banned or moving back to traditional textbooks because of how bad the literacy already had gotten. Oh, not bad, but like not bad, but like there was a notable decrease in illiteracy afterwards. Mr. Jason says, well, game key cards are not ideal. They're not the worst thing in the world. But I do get bothered when people know that Nintendo do games fully on the cartridge and still spout out rubbish like, what would be the point since they're not actually cartridges, but just a digital one-time use code? Wait, I'm a little confused. What would be the point since they are not actually cartridges, but a digital one-time use code? Wait, what? I'm sorry, I'm suffering brain damage reading this. Yeah, that I can see why you downvoted it. That's not how cartridge work. Hello? Hello, human resources? Help? Oh, definitely don't let the sword ones get right up in your face, I'll tell you that. Yeah, like, insert the human resources meme here. Why? Oh, man. I don't know. Can I say I'm an old fart yet? I'm 34, man. I'm 34. I feel like an old fart. I know I'm not, but I'm like, these kids and their newfangled phones, something along those lines. Like, just come on. It's gross. Just learn to speak proper English, complete with the rolling R that no one uses. Oh no. Oh, no. Yeah, don't kamikaze. No, thank you. Mr. Jason says, Nintendo and a few select third-party developers are doing games that are completely on cartridge. Especially the Lies of P Complete Edition, good sir. People like that still say stupid things like that. People just want to make a digital product, and I don't know. People often speak on matters they know not what they know not the subject matter of. I'm guilty of it too, but I know when people are doing it precisely because I have done it a good majority of my life. I can't count the number of times where I've spoken on something that maybe I could have gotten away by not, you know, speaking on. You guys don't find that funny? You guys don't find that weird that there's just blood mist coming out of the walls? Got him. Just cheat. Simply cheat. Simply cheat in the environment and you win. Easy. Every time. Oh, man. Could not be me. Attacking them one at a time. Yeah, just... Wait, what? Oh, that dude, I pushed him off the edge. He straight up died. Mr. Jason says, if your character did that in front of a mirror, you would get the spitting image of your character, good sir. Too true. Too true. Yeah. I mean, if the spitting image is a, you know, a pile of blood. Oh, yeah. I want to... Uh-oh. Nope. Let me be extra for real careful right now. So, we're at the point now. Don't even think about it. I don't know if you guys are necessarily getting a great look at it. I don't know. I'll take it, game. I'll take it and not fuss about it. So, you guys see that over there? That's a putrid tree avatar, right? They come back, which is why I'm not bothering to put them in as splits. Even this one, walking up and down the battlements here, also, they come back. So I'm not writing them down, but we're at the point where the game is now just tossing field bosses at us and saying, hey, here, catch. Random surprise field boss. It's quite stinky. I don't like it. Man, that dude's just gonna stand there buffing and he's just gonna be dead. And what a shame. You could have been so much more if you had simply not done that. Okay, let's head up here. Uh-oh, I need to be very careful. I'll take it. I'm sorry. You guys saw that, right? He lunged forward, but I went flying, like, back behind him. And I was able to just come out and kill him. Incredible. Incredible. This game, man. Sometimes this game's physics, you know, they really leave me questioning whether or not stuff was coded correctly. Uh-oh. Well, we're not dead, thank goodness. We just have to go back in here and, like, do it again. Mr. Jason says, as of right now, good sir. Yeah? Yeah, that's... I don't know. I don't think you can get that from there. I think you need to... I think you need to be, like, up here. Like, on... Yeah, okay. I think I know how this has to be done. We just need to, like, actually... actually do it for realsies. We need to be, like, up there somehow. And I think our methodology for doing that is going to be going up here. Yep. I know exactly how this is being done. Nice. Just jump up here. Uh-oh. Yup. Cool. Yeah, there are a few, like, scarabs that we could make use of while we're up here. And we absolutely should. Hello? Why are you just staring at me? You literally watched me do that thing, and then you didn't, try to kill me. Yeah, take your time, good sir. Oh, well, I don't know. Rain of Fire and hide? Okay, that was one. I think I might have missed a rune piece. Any other ones in here? I didn't think so. I think we're good. Nice. Okay, then we just, like, get back on this stretch of the battlement here. Yeah. This makes a lot of sense to me. Just trying to, like, make sure I don't fall afoul of some knight waiting to blow himself up to get to me. Nice! There's the +10 weapon I'm looking for. Oh man, incredible work. And there is our seedbed curse. That is seedbed curse number 5, which as soon as we get the next rest site, we can go back and go to Milos real quick and attempt to turn that in. Okay, anything up here? No, I didn't think so. Huh. I am not 100% sure what I would do here. There are tons of different ways to go. The Halleck tree is not like a wide... I mean, you could get wide if you're going around a circle, but still, you can, like, pretty easily... you can pretty easily tell this is, like, a vertical space. I guess we're gonna go fight this real quick. Now, I'll just explain my overlay because Putrid Erdtree avatar is Putrid Erdtree avatar. Whenever you guys, if you're looking at your top right-hand corner of the screen, see a overlay that says locked in on it, that means I'm not that up for conversation at the moment. I'll greet people that are coming in and saying hello. I will bid adieu to the people saying farewell. I will also try to talk to and entertain first-time chatters, or entertain raiders coming in from other streams. But otherwise, outside of those 4 instances, I generally don't talk when this overlay is on, because Elden Ring is a hard game. But that said, while we're waiting for Big Chungus to walk back over this way, I can read. Mr. Jason has 7 main Nintendo Switch docks, 4 Nintendo Switch, I'm sorry, times 4 for the Nintendo Switch, the Switch V2, the Switch Animal Crossing New Horizons Edition, and the Nintendo Switch Mario Red and Blue Edition. I'm sorry, 4 are for Nintendo Switch, and 4 are for the Nintendo Switch OLED model. Yeah, so the OLEDs are the original OLED model, the Switch OLED model, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Edition, and the OLED model, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom Edition. And then you have 4 Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2 each of the Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2 OLED model. And then I have times 2 Nintendo Switch 2 docks, good sir. Those are a lot of docks. Speaking of things that are docking into port, though, it's time for us to focus, because that Big Chungus ain't gonna let us talk too much longer. I will see everyone on the other side of this, but that is a lot of switches, good sir. Well, a rotten staff, which is probably a colossal weapon, if I had to guess. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. Mr. Jason says, 3 are for the Nintendo Switch OLED model. Mr. Jason says, I know it doesn't matter, good sir, but one day Mr. Jason will add a message here without a single typo. That's what happens when you're trying to talk to someone live, good sir. Mistakes are inevitable. You could, like, double and even triple check your message to make sure it does not have any typos. But if you do that, I promise you, you will not keep up. You will absolutely not be able to keep up. I used to do that. I used to do that, and I ended up only really being able to talk to one person at a time because of that, and that kind of stinks. So I learned to accept some misfire rate in exchange for some speed. You can choose between accuracy or speed when it comes to typing. You often cannot get both. Not really. Mr. Jason says, 100% agree. Mistakes are inevitable. PSA, if you wouldn't like to make a mistake, we wholly recommend that you follow Coin Stamp. Too true, good sir. Too true. You shan't regret your follow. You get free emotes just for doing that you wouldn't otherwise have access to unless you followed the channel. Oh yeah, that I have put myself in quite a predicament, haven't I? I came down here to do the giant chungus, but that ended up being, quite frankly, a bit of horse swallop. We'll have to see. I'm hoping that won't affect us too badly. Mr. Jason says that was that was one of the best decisions I have made. Thank you, Mr. Jason. I appreciate that. As always, good sir. Mr. Jason says, repeating what I said yesterday, good sir. Free emotes! That's nice, but I followed just for the good sir. I appreciate that. The emotes are like, if you didn't have enough incentive already, here is that incentive for you. I don't think I can make that jump. I'm very tempted to for science. Oh, hello. Would you like to meet the Lord and Savior, the Frenzied Flame? No, I didn't think so. Alright, staff dude. I gotta be extra careful here. This is just Boss Gauntlet Central. Mr. Jason says, you were my best incentive, good sir. I appreciate that. Yeah, I thought that would probably happen. It'd be nice if I could, like, posture break them. Okay, maybe don't eat a bunch of, like, scarlet rock crystals to the face. Which I do every time I stand in front of that door. I'll be able to talk in just a second, good sir. Please don't stick through the wall, thank you. All right, got him. there. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, Mr. Jason says, speaking from the perspective of the chair of the TCC now, though, I enjoyed what I had a little read of when the business day began today. However, I am going to say that I offer no ETA for giving my answer to what you have inquired about. I want to make sure that I have taken it all in. Yeah. Take your time. That's a lot of information. I encourage you to check out the link for yourself. Kind of do your own research, so to speak, and then come back to me with, you know, what you think. And I'm not going to move a hair until we've had a proper quote-unquote discussion about it. Mr. Jason says, those Crystallians seem like they can genuinely take a beating. Yeah, they sure can. If you don't have... I had a way to stagger them, but it's very dangerous to try to, like stand in front and stagger, as you can no doubt tell by my sincere lack of healing flasks. It's, trying to fight them is really dangerous. They hit really hard. They hit extremely hard. Okay, cool. We can make this jump. I was sort of worried we wouldn't be able to, but we totally can. Which means that is not an irreversible trip we just made. We could keep going laterally around the Halleck tree here. Mr. Jason says, as for what I did read from a glance, though, the recommended mail service does seem like it might be the best idea, as no one who would use that would need to give any information. Yeah, it essentially generates an alias for you. That's my understanding of it. And the hard part is going to be, like, receiving email. Now, for, like, $4 a month, you can, like, there are tiers. It is freemium. It is not free. We get the basic package for free that requires nothing on our part. If we do manage to have a little bit of pocket money as an organization later, we can totally spend $4 a month, basically, to ensure that we have an alias for every document under the sun. Mr. Jason says, I was going to say that it's not necessary for emails. We have our internal support tickets. Right. We have our support tickets should our clients need to reach out to us. The email would be for the website we are using, quote unquote, for the recommended mail service. Those emails need to go somewhere. Let's say, oh, we need to re-verify the alias or whatever. Then we can do that with the email. And that might be the spot of bother. It is all that. That's the way I understand all of these quote-unquote burner services to work. They still need to generate an alias, or else you can send emails, you can send stuff, but you cannot... I'm sorry, you can receive email, you cannot send email. So sending things for verification would be difficult, to put it lightly. Lemon difficult, even. Maybe something like... yeah, something quite like this. Tree. Bridge. Oh yeah. Wait, what? That's a one-shot? Mr. Jason says, yes. I mean that we could have a doesn't accept emails from people. Email? Yes, exactly. See, you and I are thinking the same thing. As in, we don't reply to them there. We would point people to the TCC itself. Yeah, it would just be email for accounts. And, like, reply to, quote, the accounts that need replies back to. Stuff like that.
There is something I must return.
Yay! I totally wanted to die there. / sarcasm. Nice. Mr. Jason says, as for the email itself, only me and you would need access. What about the Troll Castle Legend account? Would they not also need access to that? I'm not sure how you would want to proceed with who gets access to what. Like that is probably best hashed out in private, but I'm just saying, you know, I know you have other accounts for that. Mr. Jason says Troll Castle Challenge is more internal and for passing messages along. Gotcha. Okay then. I just wanted to make sure that if they needed to be included on something, they were included on something. If they don't need to be, then that's also perfectly fine with me.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, was the 5-minute warning for the commercial break, which we take at the top of every hour. In about 4.5 minutes or so, there will be a timer that appears on your screen. And that will indicate how long the break lasts and when it starts. During that time, ads will be playing if you're over on Twitch. So if you're anything like me and you don't have an ad blocker, because ad blockers make services complicated, or you can't afford Twitch Turbo, also like yours truly, guess what? I recommend you get up and take a stretch break with me. That way those ads don't play to anything actually relevant or meaningful. They play to your screen, but they're not advertising to you. Things like that. That said, you know, spend your time however you wish. Spend your time however you wish, because once that time is over, the ads should be finished. I will return to my seat, and we can pick right back up where we left off. It really is just that simple. Promise. And I like to keep things simple around here. Troll Castle Challenge says, greetings, Mr. Executive Chair, Mr. President. I have just been lurking. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. That's not a problem at all. But yes, as expected, the chair is correct. My duty is just to pass messages that the chair needs to pass to his senior managerial team like you, good sir. Uh-oh. Careful. It's not a get hit now. It's not... Let's not chuff it to a one-shot ballista. Thank you very much. But I appreciate the clarification, Troll Castle Challenge. I was mostly just making sure I was being thorough with that. That if we needed to loop you in on new accounts, that we did so. If we don't need to, then we're good to go. After all, it is my job as the operations manager to make sure I'm thorough when I'm doing my job, and double checking, you know, which staff need access to what, etc., all that. I'll just hop over the top here. Kind of let him pass through. Yeah, come on. Thank you very much. And then we will... I want to use this scarab for practice. Nice. Fantastic. That probably sells for a good chunk of change. Maybe, probably. Yeah, don't even bother. You're not getting up here without help. Ow. How did that not hit them? It's fine. I'll just take this standing archer that's like right here. Mr. Jason says Soremo is now moved to the Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, and so not going to be split 75 to 25. No worries at all, good sir. No worries at all. We're going to, I believe, park right here, and I'll probably pause the game until we come back. Mr. Jason says, I have the volumes on for both streams, and both of you aren't conflicting, so I can hear you both. Great. Fantastic. Then, you know, do your executive chair duties, good sir. And I hope the Majora's Mask is enjoyable for what that's worth. Oh, see you guys after the break. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. Oh, man. My apologies for that. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Thank you kindly. Yeah, my apologies for that. I walked up a hill today in order to get my food. I part of which I showed you guys. So that hill took a lot out of me. So my legs are sore because of that, so I was slow to move. And then on top of that, I got caught up in conversation, getting my drink. So my apologies about that. Part of that's on me, and part of that is, well, in me, aka the stiffness. I'm gonna feel that walk up the hill tomorrow morning, and I'm not gonna want to work out. I can already feel it right there. Just no questions asked. I hope we all had a wonderful commercial break, or at least did something we all wanted to do. I always hope for that. But now it's time to get back into the thick of it. Get into the thick of it. You know, insert that here. Okay, I know... Oh, it's that guy down there. And then I know there was another one, and I'm failing to see where that is. Okay, let me think about... This might be a... Nope, don't use that. Mr. Jason says, at the moment, good sir, Seremu's current issue in The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask is that he needs to get a bottle of hot spring water to unfreeze the Goron Elder on Snowhead Mountain. Ah, yes. Is this pre-transformation or post? I think it's pre-transformation, right? Like he has not yet acquired the spirit of Darmani as a mask, if I remember my Majora's Mask right. Sir Jason says post, good sir. He has Darmani's mask. Oh, then yeah, that's just a roll off of the that's a roll off the top where Darmani's grave is, followed by you know, a swift turn toward the transition between Goron Village and yeah, Goron Village and, like, say you know, where the blacksmith's house is. That's a pretty easy unfreeze. He's just got to do it, but he's got to figure that out too. He might not know he can just roll off the mountain. Mr. Jason says, I spoke with Link Ganon Killer the other day without spoiling it, good sir, but I said if this is how Snowhead is going to be for Seremu, I'm genuinely worried about the Bay. Oh yeah, if he's struggling with that, absolutely. I could see that being an issue. I need to be super careful and not do things that are going to get me in trouble. Trying to make sure I don't, like, alert things that are going to shoot and kill me. That's the main thing I'm concerned about. I would like not to die to that. Mr. Jason says, you see, good sir. Oh, frick. Uh-oh. It's everyone's least favorite enemy. Run! Run right now. It's the Royal Revenant. I hate these things so much. It has been an interesting concept with Saremu transferring his time from being able to take his time in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time to The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, where time is his worst enemy. Oh, yeah. I bet that's been real fun. What the heck? Well, that's not good. Oh, I'm dead. Yep, I'm rotted all the way through. Careful, careful. Hold on, I will definitely reply in like a short second. That is not helping Scarlet Rot. Wait, what? All right. Hold on. This thing is demanding my concentration. I not mean to do this. Okay, good to know. Lord's Aid does not actually help with what I thought it did. This requires a preserving bolus immediately. Mr. Jason says, and as you know, good sir, Mr. Jason is an expert of showing the most fun things to streamers. How right you are, good sir. Let me read the text of this spell again. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I don't, It's just poison, blood loss, and sleep? Ew! Oh my god, where's the Scarlet Rot cure? I feel like the Erdtree Incants should definitely have like a cure for each spell or something. Or that the Lord's Aid should like do it all. Do all the statuses. What the heck? I'm sure there's a lore reason why that is not the case. Which I guess is kind of whatever. It would be Cleanse Me. Yeah, Flame Cleanse Me would be the spell I needed to pack there. That's my bad. I could have taken that over Unseen Form. Mr. Jason says, with The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, good sir, I really, really like that each area has its own rendition of the Cursed Area theme, and they all sound creepy in their own right. Yeah, the mountain has like the chimes that are off. The pan instruments sound off in the Woodfall, like the Woodfall area. You've got the instrumentation in the bay, or not in the bay, but in the beach area. I'm forgetting names already. It's been a while since I've last played an Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask randomizer. I'm forgetting region names already. Just awful. Just absolutely awful. And then the Ikana Canyon. I'm forgetting what's wrong with the Ikana Canyon. Mr. Jason says, or what instrument is faulty with Ikana Canyon? Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. Unlike in a Super Mario Maker 2 troll level where absolutely nothing at all is off, it's just a perfectly normal looking level. You can definitely tell that things are off in those areas. Yeah. All right, Sir Knight, come on. Wow, if you're gonna, like, run around and do that, then I am going to anticipate what you do. Incredible. Mr. Jason says, with Akana Valley, good sir, things are dead wrong. Too true, good sir. Too true. Yeah, because of the Gibdos around the mute, like the researcher's house. Ah, that's much better. All right, let's head toward the back here, and we're gonna hope that we've got some things we can do in here. We are actually not quite yet. We could replace that with this. We are actually not quite yet toward the second half of the trip to Melania yet. We got to get through the basin area, because that's what's underneath this tree, is a huge basin. Uh-oh, Crystallian time. I did not know it could do that. Yep. I died because I was being stupid. I should have rolled left and then probably continued rolling. That was super stupid. Now our runes are down there where there are problems. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, while drums are Goron's favorite musical instrument, their favorite genre of music is rock and roll. That's a good one. That's a really good one. I would never... I guess I could have maybe thought about it a second if I paid attention, but it's true. It also pokes fun at the fact that our lovely friends, the Gorons, like to roll around at the speed of sound. They got places to go. They gotta find their own way, though. That was bad.
Sure, Jan.
The only thing we gotta watch out for on our way back down to where we were is we gotta not pull those Crystallians, man. That cannot be a thing that happens. That's gonna get us in so much trouble. Come on, I'm literally up here, just like, I don't know, pull out a crossbow or something. But that attempt at a joke was too good not to try, though. Man, wow. Shield, move over. Meet your worst enemy. Bloody vomit. Bloody spit. Ah, that is just... I'm sorry, that is... Oh, man, just incredible. Incredible. We gotta, like, move around here, though. And not pull the entire garrison, please. Yeah, let's not pull the entire garrison. Or we could just drive the entire garrison mad. That also works. Okay, and then there's one, like, over there, which we'll just... We'll rain on his parade, so to speak. Or, yeah, I was about to say, what the heck, video game? Actually, like, I don't know, rain on him. Don't rain on my parade. God, just nabbit. Don't do that. Ooh, I should have taken that elevator lift. See that right there, guys? That hole in the tower, you could drop down there. Pretty sure. Pretty sure you can. So let's test that theory out for science. We're almost at level cap anyway. Otherwise, I legit would not care about. Contraption does not move. Wow. Okay. We can jump down though and not have big chungus to worry about. Oh, but you know what I should have done there? Look, there was a ladder right there. Hold on. We got to go back and we got to see where that ladder is going to take us. I need to know if that is trouble or if that's like something we could otherwise miss. So sorry. One nice thing I will say about vertical sections like this is that, you know, you can pretty easily traverse them if you know the platforms. Mr. Jason says, by the way, I've prepared a specific message for Suremu. Oh, good sir. That being... You get the first part of the song that opens the temple. Opens the temple. So, Suremu, this means that when you get the second part, you do not need to get hot water anymore. Nice. Yeah, you won't need to get hot water anymore. You darn right. You could just, well, instead you'll be in a place where you might end up needing that hot water. I wonder, I'm pretty sure you can, use that ice melting property of hot water inside the Snowhead Temple. I'm pretty sure that's a thing you can do. I've never tried it, but it seems like something you should be able to do. I don't know if I've ever tried that in a randomizer, but then again, randomizers have like different rules sometimes for what you're allowed to do inside of them. If you're thinking about blocking my attack, good sir, don't. You're just gonna die. Mr. Jason says, oh yeah, you know what? Fair point. I forget you get the fire arrows in there. Yeah, you could just melt ice traditionally with fire. Yeah, once you get so far in Snowhead Temple, good sir, you never ever need hot water again before you get the wonderful fire arrows. Yep, and to make that even better, oh god, I had it in my head and now it's gone. I literally just had what I was gonna say in my head and it is gone. You could do so many things with those fire arrows. It's not funny. That wasn't what I was going to say. I almost died there. Let's not do that. Man, I cannot remember what I was going to say. It had something to do with the power-ups. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, the UK is currently getting a bit of a reprieve from the horrible heat wave. Is it raining over there by chance? I know that is quite the weather. I know that is usually the normal weather you guys have. Quote unquote. Mikulin's Knight's Sword. Mr. Jason says it isn't, but it has been cooler today. And then the usual gray and miserable that I enjoy. God, only you could make that sound just so interesting. Everyone's lovely, gray, and miserable. My favorites. I mean, I like it when it rains too, but or when it's cloudy, because you know that means the worst of the heat's going to be blotted out a little bit, at least a little. But sometimes we get the hot jungle. Sometimes cloudy doesn't actually help, and it simply serves to make things worse, like way worse. Yeah, okay, so this would have to be how we drop down. Oh, wait, no. Hold on a second. Well, no, surely we should just be able to, like... Yeah, surely we should be able to just reverse engineer our position back to where we had it. Let's see if I'm right. Run. Wow, this guy is quite clever. Okay, but thankfully we had a tree. I hate these things. I'm gonna say it again. I hate them so much. The Royal Revenants are the absolute worst. I do not like fighting them. Oh my god, please Miyazaki. I know I'm super small streamer and I don't need to I doubt I'm being listened to, but in the case that I am, please don't bring the Royal Revenant back. I beg you. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's a royal pain. I dislike it that much. How did you... what did I have to know what Miyazaki did to fight these things. Did he even playtest his own stuff? Oh, God. Sorry. Mr. Jason says, I also said, just don't waste time, or it's back to hot water gathering. I know. America's Soar Seal. Oh yeah, you use this thing when you want more mental stats. It's the mental stat equivalent of the Scar Seal, Radagon's Scar Seal. It affects America's Soar Seal affects Mind, Int, Faith, and Arcane and it bumps them up by +4. I believe you take 15% or 20% more damage while wearing it. You use it when you don't want to use like Godric's rune, which, to be quite honest, even in Reforged, frick. No. Oh my god. I'm dead. I know they're gonna warp. I hate these things so much. Oh my god, that is annoying. How many of them are down here? Yuck. Gross. Disgusting. Oh, dag nabbit. Run. Run. Take this tree. Because I know they can teleport. Nope. We're not getting our runes back. I should just... Oh my god, this is frustrating. Welcome to Endgame, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, this is natural. But we do need to go down there. We do need to go down there, and we do need to kill that specific Royal Revenant. It does drop a Glovewort number 9. It's too important not to have, because we need the ability to upgrade several spirits. Man, oh man. Yeah, get in that rain of fire and stay there. And we'll let the poison just do the rest. I'm willing to bet those Royal Revenants respawn. I'm willing to bet they respawn. And I'm gonna hate that fact that they respawn. All right, I'll take it. You guys want to sit there and, like, bleed to death? That's fine with me. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, jump in through here. Heck, we can even, like, drop down. We could even, like, run back up through there and, like, drop down that way. Or we can even... See what I'm talking about? There are a lot of vertical level... There's, like, a lot of vertical level design that's here. That's, like... really hard to, like, observe on your first pass through. And you only really truly appreciate some of it when you're, like, passing back through a couple of times and you're like, ooh, what's that pathway? Oh, what's this other pathway? You got all 6 seedbed curses. This is where that turns out to. All right. Gotta be careful. Look, dude, if you want to sit down there and, like, twirl, honey, twirl, you can do that. You're more than welcome to do that. I can't promise you it'll work out too great, though. Yeah, that wasn't gonna work. Oh, hello. Yeah, thanks. I love getting hit with random discus tosses. Thanks. Love that. Personal favorite of mine. Yeah, that doesn't work. The timing has to be, like, extra specific here. Mr. Jason says it is done. Oh, has he entered Snowhead Temple? Or did he get the second half of the song? Mr. Jason says Suremu has the Goron lullaby, and so I said, and now you have the full song that opens the temple, Suremu. So never again will you need to get hot water. So, like the Southern Swamp, you could skip everything and start at Snowhead Temple each time. Oh, yeah? Okay, I heard spinning. It's that one there. Oh, they can actually be poisoned. Now, that is interesting. I did not know they could be poisoned. I guess they have very high poison resist. Now I know. Wow, yeah, if you don't have like some means of like depleting their poise, they are super resistant. They are so resistant. And I'm running out of flasks. Hello. Yeah, thank you. I don't want to get tagged by that. Okay, now the other one's been poisoned. And then we can handle what I think might be a staff user. Up there, we'll have to see. Yes, I'm not sure why you guys are bothering to do anything different. You know what you gotta do to like, get this to work. I might even need to use a... Alright, now regular damage should pop them through. There, like that. Oh, hello. I am totally out of flasks now. And the poisons has stopped ticking as well. Mr. Jason says it's also a little bit sad. How so, good sir? Mr. Jason says, once Suremu completes Snowhead Temple, it is 50% complete. Is he going for full completion or just, did I beat the main game? I gotta mind what this idiot is doing. Come on, get smart for like 5 seconds, Mr. Crystallian, or there's gonna be a problem. And then we could deal with that last one back there. If it's also a chakram holding one, I can make that work. Okay. Finally. That only took me 5 ever to do. That one is a spear using one. Okay. We could still make that work. I hope this isn't Secret Rune Bear in disguise. Hold up. I'll read that when I can. Look, if you're gonna keep slamming that around, Sir Crystallian, I'm telling you, that's only gonna work for you so much. Gotcha. Ah, that's much better. And a somber knight. Okay, so we can have like what is essentially like two somber weapons. We can actually compare, contrast like the weapon catalyst versus the faith seal that we have here. Mr. Jason says, but in Suremu's stream, good sir, you can say oof. But then we also have exclamation mark oof, which can stream elements to say oof, like the Roblox oof, that oof. Just want to be sure I'm real specific. Yes, good sir, the Roblox oof. The OG oof. Yeah, I hear ya. Okay, we know our mark is like out there. I need to like pay attention to my surroundings. Yeah, look, see, there it is. Right there. Yuck. Mr. Jason says, yes, good sir. He's taking the rock sirloin to the starving Scoron right now. And that's the real meat and potatoes of the stream. Yeah, all that stuff is like that's like pre-temple. Deck nabbit. Yep. Nope. Get out of there. Ugh. Disgusting. All right, we have our pittance of a rune total back. Now we can move onward. Hopefully, like, not die. Okay, where else? I'm looking for, like, any bits of smoke coming off the ground, because that is where one of these, you know, six-armed freaks are gonna be at. I don't like them. I don't like them at all. Oh, this was the area we were in earlier. Oh. Run. Run, 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 run. Run like it was yesterday. I am keenly aware this thing can snap pivot at any point. Oh my god, that was close. Holy hell in a handbasket. What was that? Ah! I almost died again. Sheesh. Please not another one. Please not another one. Oh my god. See what I mean? Late. This is late. Welcome to late game, folks. If you thought this was bad, I promise you things are only going to get worse. Things are only going to get worse as we continue to have to sift through the bullshit that this game wishes to try to give us. Oh. How? They just all kind of came down here. It was fine until... No, it wasn't fine. I took a risk. I should have literally ran and hid like a coward. That's exactly what I should have done. And now I have to clear that area again of all of the Royal Revenants every time. Because it's way better than having to kill 15 soldiers all, like, over and over. I am going to see what I can do to, like, minimize the amount of fighting we're doing. I don't know how well it's gonna work, but I'm gonna try. Run. We're in a legacy dungeon, so there's really not anywhere I can run, but worth a try, right? Thank you very much for the follows. We do keep them sound-free and relatively anonymous outside of the bit of text that is on the screen. Thank you so, so much. Please do enjoy your courtesy-free emotes. And, I do hope you enjoy your stay. I'm going to use Kristoff here. Kristoff is chunkier. I'll also, like, get us healed up. Mr. Jason says, Oh, man. Now the clankers are following. Thank you for the ban, the assist on the ban hammer, good sir. Man, there's just like, all of them are fakers today, unfortunately. I get the feeling we're going to be seeing that a lot. Just gross. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, if you have a moment, I made a pretty funny clip on Surimu's channel. Oh. I think I might be able to manage that. This is exactly for why we have that. I can't promise the stream won't get crunchy, but I will at least try. Oh, there it is. It is just gone. Bye-bye, Tektite. He literally span out of control. Oh, that was funny. that was a good clip, good sir. You got a good one. You got a fresh one. All right. I know there is a. We will make another perfume. Oh, I forgot that the concealing aromatic works for allies, too. Mr. Jason says, speaking of clips, good sir. Fuck. Sorry. I know. Just, speaking of Revenant alerts, how about Revenant alert? Thank God. Holy mackerel. Please don't. No. Stop making me fight those, video game. Mr. Jason says in some channels at the top of the chat, it says clip insert streamers names best moments. But I would do that for you. But we can't currently clip the entire stream. That is true. We do kind of have to pick and choose there. Don't we? 'Tis fine. That's why people clip, because there are moments that are better than others, right? But I'm flattered you think so, good sir, for what that is worth. Gross. Oh. Ah.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Don't drink that. Don't drink whatever. Oh, frick. Let's go, Kristoff. I need you, buddy. Thank you guys so incredibly much for hanging out with me so far today. Today's been frustrating, but good. Frustrating, but good. Oh, yep, that was really bad. Get back here. I'm sorry, I can't even do anything proper while this is going on. my goodness. There's just no mercy. Mr. Jason says, Christoph, good sir, is pissed off with Royal Revenants. I am too. That said, you know, I am so deeply appreciative of everybody, you know, hanging out with me today. You guys have been incredible. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour to combat that all nasty pre-roll that Twitch likes to use. So very often. Yeah, of course I would get clubbed in the face. That said, need to be really careful. Yeah, I'm leaking messages like a sieve, good sir. I would love to read them, but we literally had I pulled the entire freaking garrison moment is what we just had. That was what this whole experience was that. All right. Mr. Jason says, the entire stream is the best part for me here, good sir. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Okay, I feel like I can breathe now. Anyway, yeah, there will be a timer on your screens that'll indicate how long the break is. And I recommend you guys get up and stretch during that time, because none of us want to look at them inky dinky stinky ads. That much I do promise. They're awful. They're awful. But regardless of how you spend your time, don't let me be the keeper of it after all. The commercial break will be well and truly over. The ads will have stopped. I've returned to my seat, and we can pick right back up where we left off. It really just is that simple, and I do try to keep things simple around here. Mr. Jason says, Saremu is in a shop, good sir, and it was playing the shop music, and I thought, that somehow works with the area you're in. Oh boy, I'm forgetting. It's not the do. It's not that one. There's a different track for that. I'm thinking of the Ocarina of Time one. Is where I'm Yes. That is, I mean, you're right. It does work. This game is just crazy. It is one and the same. I forgot that just carried over. Welcome on in, Mr. Rasby. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope things are not preventing you from existing as you want to in this world, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You missed Mr. Garrison's Hellion run. No, I'm kidding. You missed me pulling the entire freaking garrison that's here in these walls, and me dying 4 times to my least favorite enemy in the entire game. Oh man. But I think I'll park right here. I'll park right here. Because the commercial break will be coming in about the next 60 seconds or so. Mr. Raspy says, I wrote a sentence. I have wrote a sentence. And this is a second sentence. In total, there are 2 sentences. But how about a third one? Maybe perhaps after the commercial break? Maybe? I'll read most things people write. But I do sincerely want to thank everyone for being here today. This has been a rough couple of hours. See everyone after the break. Thanks. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Oh, man. Sorry. Nature decided that I needed to sneeze while I was cleaning my glasses. And then I had to re-clean them. That took me a little bit more time. My goodness. Mr. Jason, or sorry, thank you, Mr. Jason, good sir. I hope we all had a wonderful, or at least productive commercial break. Let's see, what did I miss out on? Mr. Rasby says, fun fact, on Windows you can make it so it shows you the seconds on the clock. Yeah, I believe you can probably do that. Although that's not easily doable from my end. I know I can fiddle around and probably find instructions on it. So Mr. Rasby says, so you can know exactly how much to procrastinate before break. Fair. I was just trying to make sure I wasn't gonna bump into something during the break, because although I have a pause, item in Reforged. That's yet another reason to play Reforged, by the way, is it's got a neat accessibility feature that the entire the entire list of people who are playing base game without this should play Reforged just for the accessibility option. It's great. It's great. I just did, even with that, you're not always allowed use of the pause button, and sometimes it can bug out. Like if you pause more than 5 minutes, it becomes a problem. That's the only reason why I do that. Mr. Jason says, when Nintendo finally makes pre-orders available for The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, depending on how much that I have in funds, I do intend to pre-order at least 2 copies of the game and then receive 2 copies of the game. You really like that joke, good sir, don't you? You really like it. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, as I just said yesterday, Mr. Coin, I'm excited to eventually get to shop at Mr. Rasby's store. The idea of buying 2 items and receiving 2 items is truly genius. You are so tickled by this joke. It's not funny. Mr. Rasby says, once I bought 2 SD cards of 10 terabytes each at $15 a piece, and then I received only 1 and it didn't work. Didn't actually happen. Oh man, that... Sometimes receiving 2 ain't always good. Sometimes receiving 2 means receiving 2 broken things. Mr. Rasby says, yes, Alt-Tab into Process Manager. Do suspend process so it pauses the game. Keck W, that totally won't backfire with a number of background scripts. I don't know what pausing the process does for that. Yes, Mr. Rasby says you would not get scammed and would receive 2. Yeah. Mr. Rasby says, I want to make a meme that shows the time of the break and the time of the explanation of the break and their comparisons. It's probably 33%. Or let's see, I do a warning 5 minutes before, and I'd spend about a minute and maybe 30 seconds. Maybe 30 seconds doing that. I just don't know what I can cut without leaving stuff out. Just not explaining enough. Quote, because that's always my fear, is that I haven't explained enough, and someone will go, hey, streamer, why are you on break? Get back to work. And I'll be like, are you kidding? I just explained this. Oh, or some other scenario where something happens and I'm on break and someone redeemed something and it timed itself, or they timed it such a way that it occurred on break and I couldn't actually do anything about it. It's I don't want that. Will be a nightmare scenario for me. Sir Jason says, hashtag trust in Rasby. You will get 2 if you buy 2. You will get any number if you buy any number. Mr. Rasby then says activity monitor, I think it's called. It just stops CPU time on the process. Who knows what happens, but that's the standard way to remove internet for a process temporarily. Good to know. Now I know I can actually do that. That will probably come up in some other aspects of my life. And maybe on a game where there aren't, like, infinity number of scripts. That would probably be useful. But Reforged alters so many things, I would not be surprised if suspending the process broke a script somewhere. Mr. Rasby then says, good point. If you ever miss the explanation, I will say, hey, Strimma, get back to work. Why is there a break? And I'm gonna curmudgeonly just give you the stare. Really? Like, I'm gonna squint at you real hard and go, okay. Here, you know, I'm taking a break. I'm sorry you missed the explanation. However, the break is important. Not only for the health of the stream, but also my personal health. I would still probably defend myself. I would just definitely, I would definitely also be a little bit, nonplussed about it, is what I would say. Going to make one of these. So I cannot use this until we get up there. That is totally fine. Mr. Jason says, to be honest, Mr. Coin, if the road workers in the UK can dig a hole in the roads and then have a tea break, you can have a break. The break is not the issue. The issue is, if I don't explain something to new people watching, they're not going to know what the heck is happening. And if they're depending on sound for their lurk, that's going to be a huge problem. That's like reputational damage right there. Run! Forrest, run! Get the hell in there! Holy heck, get in there! Grace touched. Run. It's okay. It's alright. Just run. Oh, this is turned into an actual nightmare. True nightmare. Yeah, I thought that would probably happen. That happened. I told you guys this section was going to be hard. This is why I set the expectations where I did. I knew this would happen. Mr. Resby says, what about showing a timer on screen 1 minute before, and then some short explanation on screen and or in chat before, and then not explain it and go with the assumption that someone confused would just read the info written? And if they're audio only, would notice there's an ad or would go and read and see what's going on. And I suppose I can do that. I suppose I could do that, yes. I would need to take the time to make all the pop-ups for that, but I could do it. And then it'll be a non-problem. Okay, so let's, like, fix what the heck happened there. But I could do it. I could probably, like, I gotta make a couple of recordings anyway. Mr. Jason says, for you see, Mr. Coin, for Mr. Coin's health, he needs to have 5 breaks and take 5 breaks. I get you, Mr. Jason. Though I can see that you really do value the user's experience. Well, some people watch without audio. Well, yeah, okay. Actually, no. That buttresses your argument and not mine. Mr. Rasby says, but for every moment of Coin explaining, it's a moment that we don't get regular streamer coin. Fair enough. Let me do you guys the solid and write that down. Okay, I wrote that. I wrote the essence of what that was down. Mr. Resby says, who knows how many bitches we couldn't ram as a result. I hear you. I will, I gotta make some recordings of, like, I gotta make a new combo shell that covers, like, the removal of kick or what have you. So I will just, do that and then also make the other pop-ups. You're welcome. I value everyone's experience that highly. Don't you dare! How dare you drink that? Screw you! Ah, Dak nabbit. I hate these enemies. sorry. This is not. I'm not hamming this up for a bit. I promise. that was purely my fault. I cannot. This has been a crapshoot the whole stream. This has been a crapshoot the whole stream. I know they're guarding something up out there. I can't just like leave it alone. Chief bitch, I can't believe that is still a statement in circulation. I thought people. Mr. Rasby says, so in the end, you still value the user's experience. It's just that now it's reshaped to be for the people watching. Yeah. I guess maybe I might be too heavily prioritizing new audience, right? Or like new people coming in. That I could kind of see your point. I'm trying to like, you know, make sure I catch as many buckets of people as possible, and sometimes that approach just doesn't always work. Or like it sacrifices something else in the process. Get out of here, you knight. You silly knight. Mr. Jason says, speaking, I need to be so careful right now. I hear lots of footsteps. Lots of footsteps. Case in point. That's exactly why. There's just no winning today. There's no winning today. I didn't even win at the gym. I ended up, you know, arriving home stinky and smelly. And it's gonna be one of those days. I can just feel it. Mr. Jason says, speaking of things that are still in circulation here, good sir, did you know that I have my modded Nintendo 2DS? Or I have modded my Nintendo 2DS? So that I could back up my Animal Crossing New Leaf Town so I can use the town editor? Yes! You told me that a handful of times. Has something changed with that? Mr. Raspy says, I've done something similar with user experience, trying to make software as easy to use and understand as possible, but people are already used to certain standards. I don't need to explain basic first-person shooter movement mechanics or what a pop-up is. You don't have to teach people to double-check around for notes. Yeah. It's the people either read it or they don't, right? People will either take the time to look or they were never going to anyway. Let's just get the death mark and then try this again. The issue is the deluge of knights that are alongside, you know, red-frilled Snuffleupagus over here. I hate him. I want him. I want him to perish. Because oh my god, trying to get these guys is Very annoying. Mr. Jason says in less than 72 hours. Wait. What? All right. I hate these guys. Sorry. Yep. Mm-hmm. How much more BS do I have to, like, deal with here? And I hear more nightly footsteps. Mr. Jason says, in less than 72 hours, good sir, I have a Cheshley stream. Oh, nice. They gonna be streaming the same thing this time? All right, you snuffleupagus. Let's go. Mr. Resby says, yes, when it's about how people watch streams in general, if it was the standard everywhere to explain that like that, then that's what people are used to. But while the average streamer one will watch is likely presenting less explanations less often. Yeah, probably. And that's before we account for the people that can't read, right? You know, because there are people here in the States that can't read. They literally can't even read beyond a 4th grade level. It's getting worse, folks. Their brains are so TikTok oriented, it's not funny. Mr. Jason says, indeed. Pokemon Emerald on Saturday and The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD on Sunday. Well, I hope those streams go well. You were telling me she was having a good time with those last times, so I hope that continues to be the case. Mr. Raspy says, getting called out, please, you program. Look, that the dry sarcasm does not pass the prevailing wisdom check. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. I low profiled the thing. Awesome. Nope. Get away. Of course you would pick now to do that. I hate these nights. This would be the time where the game prepares BS of the highest order magnitude. Oh, sorry. Mr. Espy says, fun fact, we did a functional illiterate test in high school. Like being able to read, but not being able to understand what you read. Yep. We have that problem in the US now, where people are literally either purposefully understanding a sentence wrong or can't understand the way something was explained. And so therefore, we now have like even more communication problems compared to like 10 or even 20 years ago. It's bad. It's really bad. Mr. Rasby says, and I actually didn't pass, and in my everyday life, my brain latency is actually really high. Yeah, I could believe, well, not that I could believe that, but I think that lines up with some of the other stories you've told me about your past experiences. Latency, not the speed. Yes. When I'm in a store, it takes me 15 full seconds to process what's in front of me, unless I've already been there and I remember what is there and how stuff works. Yeah, you need a second to catch up with the transition you just made, right? The classic autism problem or the spectral problem of I don't handle transitioning very well. I don't know if I quite have the same processing error, but like processing latency. Dag nabbit, not again. Actual skishu, folks. Actual skishu. I forgot there was a second pair of ballistae up there. Yay! I love repeating sections over and over again. Love it. And guess what? Look, Snuffleupagus and company are back out there. Oh my god. I'm malding. I am malding so hard right now. I know I don't sound it, but if the latent sarcasm is not dripping forth from my voice, then I promise you will detect it in a second. I'm gonna get you before you drink, you little scoundrel. Get out of here with that. And I know the second night will be coming in a second. All right, you want to sit there and shoot? You're going to sit there and die. How about that one? Uh-oh, okay. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Too soon to laugh. Come on, Coin. Don't flub it up now. Oh, my God. Okay, let me, I'll catch up on chat again. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, on my computer, I have a document called, I can hear someone snapping a drawstring, by the way. And more footsteps. On my computer, I have a document called Nintendo Switch Game Order, 24 seconds. Or what have you. And that document is just because I have several of the hoary 24 card cases for Nintendo Switch, and I have them all in order, 1 through 24, 25 through 48, 49 through 72, 73 through 96, 97 through 120, and then the other 12 to make it 132. 24s, like sets of 24. Makes sense. That is some meticulous record keeping, I'll tell you that. Mr. Rasby says, and I am actually blind when walking with someone on the street. Someone can react to how someone parked on the street, and I have no fucking idea what that guy is talking about, and I take his word for it until I see it for myself. Yeah, I'm the same way. I can be kind of the same way. I'll pretend to like agree, not realizing I haven't seen the thing they're talking about, and I'm like, wait, now I'll take a look, and I go to look, and we've passed whatever it is we're looking about. Yeah, and take the time, because I usually don't, because there's not spare time for it. Yeah, I'm exactly like that. Or not, okay, not exactly, but that's a pretty similar experience. That's a pretty similar experience. I totally get that. Mr. Rasby says, this is why I like alone time a lot, because, man, this latency forces me to have patience. A lot of patience. I get what you mean. Patience, which I didn't consider it patience until I saw what the average and above average looks like. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe if I weren't alone so often in my own life, I would actually probably be a lot closer to... I would have some of the same outlooks on life. But because I'm not around people that much, and I crave interaction, you know, that sort of thing doesn't bother me, quote unquote. Mr. Rasby says, Mr. Rasby could be a doctor, Mr. Coin, for Mr. Rasby has a lot of patience. Yeah, that you know, probably. Mr. Rasby says, hence why I like games that planet-based so much, why there are so many, they are so slow-paced that they fit my brain's latency a lot. Yeah. And hence why I like city builders and such a lot, because when things are very settled, I build a map and my brain knows what's there. Yeah. I could totally get that. I could see that. I like turn-based games a lot for that reason. Gives me a chance to slow down and not like be so hyped out of my mind it's not funny. Okay, now that I've rendered myself invisible, I'm going to trust that that is going to let me sneak under here. And maybe, if I do this right, let me see if I got it. Just sidewalk in the stairway. Oh my God. Becky, look. I sidewalked the railing. Don't spit that. Don't spit that. That's too late. And now I know that the Lord's aid doesn't work for this. Actually, it works for poison, but it's too expensive for that. I did not mean to do this. This has just been a huge cluster. Let's see, Mr. Yeah, maybe, perhaps. Mr. Resby says, I have the perfect analogy. If regular people are cars, I am a train. I have to build rails in front of wherever I go if they don't exist. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. I need to know where I'm going. I can't just... I can go for where the wind takes me for a little while, but I always feel safer if I have a plan, if I know where I'm going, and I don't feel lost. You know? Having the guardrails helps me a lot. Watch out, watch out. And I know there's another knight right this way. Okay, they're stanced up, but they don't actually look like they're, quote, active, end quote. Mr. Rasby says a thing Tom said once, when things are very different, it's easy to find the similarities. When things are very similar, it's very easy to find the differences. Yeah, it's pattern recognition. And man, I can find the differences. I'm fine with spontaneous stuff, and I like planning only up to a point, and I like adapting. I'm in the middle. I would say I'm in the middle. I can do either. I don't mind being spontaneous. I mean, as a kid, I certainly wasn't that way. Look, I'll be the first one to parrot the story of I got mad as a small child when everyone was going out for ice cream. Like that, we all heard the ice cream truck. I was the one that stuck in class because I didn't like changing my routine. These days, I've gotten a lot better compared to that, and I can handle it. I can handle being spontaneous for a little while. I could also handle planning for a little while. But eventually I feel the need to switch. I feel the need to switch so I don't want to be stuck doing one thing all the time. Maybe part of that is living in a neurotypical household too, so like I always seem to be out of step with the people around me anyway, so I just learn to switch it up all the time. I don't know. I hate to say this, but I kind of feel like I have kind of lost some of my identity somehow. It's hard to describe. Like, maybe I'm losing a few of my preferences for things, or I've spent so long adapting to other people's preferences or what other people are doing. This actually just hit me right now. I know I'm coming out of left field with that, but oh my god, that hit me. It hit me like a freight train to the face. Mr. Rasby says, I'm the first guy who will pick up a fake mustache and disguise as someone to pass a checkpoint. That probably doesn't work, but people would find that funny. Mr. Rasby says, given that mustache was opportune, like being on a table. I hear you. Yeah, the opportunity struck, and I must act. And then Mr. Rasby says, ah, yes, the process of growing. Except for me, it feels like I realize I haven't grown any. It feels like I've just... Oh my god, is that... There it is. There's that moment that I've heard about so much in other autistic videos that I've watched where people describe the effects of masking. I just realized that the preferences I've developed, not all of them, but a lot of them, were out of necessity and weren't a real preference. I don't know how to feel about that. But I guess I will at least keep the ruse for a while longer. The ruse itself is useful. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, I masked a fuck ton growing up. I feel like I still do it. I unfortunately didn't get along with almost any of the streamers I grew up watching. Yeah, we've definitely had our history in that too. Aside from well, yeah, I mean, being 50% of them, yeah, I get what you mean. Mr. Rasby says, I don't. Yeah, I don't get along with almost any of the streamers I grew up watching. Is that largely like a result of maybe your deadpan way of expressing things? Would that be a good chunk of why that is? I'm just... Sorry, you've got me pontificating on things. Ruminating, perhaps. And I feel like I don't necessarily get along with that many people either. I know what the heck? Why, game? Look at this. Look, sometimes you can... Yeah, look, it's like it treats the carpet as having collision. Mr. Rasby says, potentially yes. People I spent time with were deeply reductive at times, and well, back in the day I liked that, and now I don't. Change, growth, right? Man, I mean, it's just I consider this conversation as proof that we're never really done growing, and sometimes growth is done in reverse. Sometimes growth is done in reverse, where... Oh, that's where this... I didn't even, like, presume there was an upper section to this. Now I know. It feels weird to say regression is growth for me, or that... I'm, you know, I'm discovering things that I should have discovered forever and a half ago. And I couldn't tell you why. I would have to really sit down with that and think. Yeah, now instead of reductiveness... Well, I shouldn't say that. Mr. Resby says, well, it depends on where the middle point is. I'd argue that bad habits are just intermediary points for good ones. Oh, really? Maybe, yeah, I could, some of them, yeah. It would be reductive to say all of them, but I get your point. Partly is, how would you really know what the good habits are if you haven't lived through the bad ones? Yeah, like, you know, experience as a teacher, and the only way you are, like, the bad habits and then learning what the good ones are later is like a mark of wisdom, right? That's what people say when they mean wisdom. You've learned what the difference between right and wrong or good and bad is. And that is what wisdom is, discernment. Mr. Rasby says if you just happen to grow up with good habits right away, you wouldn't have them be cemented. Yeah, you typically have to fall out of them first. Something along those lines. All right. Last 3 levels. I'm going to pump them into dexterity. I think we've got enough FP to last a lifetime. Mr. Rasby says a person growing up in a family without conflicts may actually perform much worse at conflict resolution or how to handle them, which is weird to think about. Yeah, that is kind of weird to think about. You typically want to, like... That's why teaching people these sorts of things is so important. That's why you're supposed to teach your kids that. Or the people that you're mentoring. It's that important. Because otherwise, you're right. They won't have the experience to know what to do with that. Okay, well, they can come up here, which is what I was afraid of, but we'll make it work. Uh-oh. Hold on, I'm not going to be able to look at chat for a hot second. This is so warped. Oh, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad. At least they're kind of leaving me alone. Well, yep. I need to change the spell. I need to change the spell. The having the sorcery there is killing me. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, the point being you need to spend a bunch of effort. Sorry. Yeah, no. You need to spend a bunch of effort to think, effort either way. And until Progress Police catches you, it should be fine. Yeah. It's supposed to be, well, who's the Progress Police? Especially in a effed up culture in an effed up world. What's that looking like? In an age full of iPad kids. I don't know. Also, that was a death. That is death. Gotta fix that. Okay, this has caught me unawares long enough. This has got to be... Cleanse me. There we go. Yep, we gotta have the ability to cleanse off Scarlet Rot, but you gotta be careful. You could kill yourself with a spell like that. Flame Cleanse Me takes like 5% of your health. No, wait. That's the wrong one. Mr. Rasby says, well, a bad example in a way, because in that place you may have actual police. Well, right, yeah, that's also part of the culture too. Like, you might hear the phrase, no, I used the wrong one. It's this one. Yeah, it's like 5 or 8% of health. Mr. Rasby says, you won't be held accountable for being human and imperfect. The phrase I know is, I plead the fifth. That's mostly for self-incrimination. But the phrase I was referring to is ACAB. That's all cops are bastards. What that is supposed to mean is the cops are so royally corrupt that they contribute to the sort of screwed up culture that exists here in the States. I don't think this sort of past phrase exists other places. It's the only place I know of it to be a thing is in the States, or any like American who's expatriated from America just due to that. Mr. Resby says, in Britain you may say a cab. Yes, a cab, please. A taxi, please. That sort of thing. I think I'm gonna aggro them all, but let's see. Yeah, there's no way I'm not. No way I'm not aggroing them. Here we go again with all this. All right, let's see if we can't do this again without screw-ups. All right, you've been poised broken. Yep. Okay, so getting hit by that is an automatic one-shot. I told you guys this end segment was hard. Mr. Rasby says, sir, did you actually claim you're providing a 1+1 offer? But there is no offer, thus false advertisement. I plead the fifth. Yeah, indeed. You'll have to figure that out for yourself. Mr. Jason says, in Seremu's channel, good sir, I'm 48.8k channel points away from 700,000. Nice. And Mr. Rasby says, in Coin's channel, I'm 122.8k amperes away from 0. I am determined also. Cool. You know what that means? I'm happy this encampment showed up, because that means we can, I can put those deaths there. Oh, thank the Lord. Mr. Jason says, in Coin's channel, I'm 23,000 channel points away from 300k. That's, yeah, it's 277k channel points. Nice. Look, look, if you guys want to measure channel points, go right ahead. You know, don't let me stop you, but I don't like doing that personally. Mr. Raspy says, coin, if I redeem 1+1 random soundboard channel rewards, do I get 2 soundboard channel rewards? You sure do. Though it does run into your like daily limit. I've had to put up a daily limit for spam, so on most things people are limited to 5 total redeems of such things. So just bear that in mind. If people are gonna use their channel point rewards, you might run into the limit now. So think about that. A cooldown, scandalous. Oh no. Cool. I had cooldowns long ago. No. I mean a limit for the stream. That's what I mean. So like people are limited to like, yeah. I wish I didn't have to, but I had people that would spam all of them and like rotate through the rewards, and it was annoying quite a few people. So I'm like, I have to do something about that. So I came up with the limits. Mr. Raspy says, allow higher limits for subs, especially tier 2 and tier 3. Uh-oh. I will acknowledge that sentence in a second. Okay. That's one of them. All right. Mr. Jason says, I agree, Mr. Raspy. Well, but a certain someone spoiled the fun. I could think about allowing higher tier limits for people. Mr. Raspy says, oh, I was joking. I meant to imply that the noun used to describe the reaction to be itself funny, because obviously a cooldown and a limit are reasonable. Yeah. I might be open to like, you know, maybe I know my VIPs might be a bit more reasonable with it. So actually, although you mentioned that idea in jest, I quite like it. Because the people that are going to like be here regularly are going to understand that they might not want to spam that stuff. I actually like it. I think that might even be a better middle ground compared to how we have it right this second. Worst case, you can get money. I mean, I could make all of those things like power-up rewards, but I don't like that. I want to save the Twitch power-up rewards for like something cooler. Are you serious? I rolled into that. I will be able to further comment on that in just a second, whatever that is. All right, that's 2. Take a clarifying bolus. That is, none of those are clarifying boluses. I promise I will look at those. Look, enemies, I hate taking advantage, but I'm going to. If you're gonna like not stay up there and like, oh boy. Rain of Fire, and then deal with these, you know, ass wipes right here. Oh, actually, why am I running scared? Don't run scared.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm.
All right, run
In
scared
about
from this.
5 minutes,
Run scared
it'll
from
blow
this.
over
That's
us,
okay.
And then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Yeah, you're not casting another spell today. All right, let me catch up on chat, and then I will explain the commercial break real quick, and then I can, we'll grab that chest. Also, I should not move the split until after we've grabbed the item from the encampment. Mr. Rasby says, compensated damages. Oh, hold on. Idea. Mr. Jason says, agreed, Mr. Quaid, your moderators, good sir, are so reasonable with sound redeems that more often than not even one would be used. You like Stamp FM? No, that's one of my finest pieces of audio work. That's not going anywhere. Mr. Rasby says, keep limits as is, make duplicate rewards that are bit rewards, so power-ups with limits still, but then make a second set of duplicates that have no limits but cost a lot. I don't know if I could make 2 duplicates, but I could see people paying money to like be able to use them more. I would want to put some verve on those and make it worth people's while, but I could see that. Mr. Esby then says, indeed, we are like speakers emitting anti-noise in a noisy room. So essentially, get money if people want to spam a bit. I like it. Let me do us a favor and write that down. Yeah, if you guys want to spam, if people want to spam, they can help fund a internal capture card or all the game requests that they're making. We've got quite a few now. Okay, I have written that down. That will take me some time to implement because I got to think of what that power-up might be, or exactly what it might be. But yeah, I like it. Mr. Jason says, indeed. And some of Mr. Jason's game requests are incredibly expensive. E.g., some are PS1 games that are very difficult to source. Adventures of Alundra. Ah, that was a gnarly bug. I'm not sure what that was. That must have been the money bug getting trapped in my throat just now. Yeah, that was totally not me coughing over how much expensive Adventures of Alundra is. Oh my god, I'm not sure how I'm gonna be able to do that. We have less than 2 minutes, so all I'll say is, as we take commercial breaks at the top of the hour, and when that time comes, there will be a timer to let you know how long it is, how long the break is, and there will be ads during that time. So I recommend you get up and stretch with me. That way, none of us have to look at those stinky ads. But spend your time how you want. When the timer is over, the ads will be finished. I'll be back at my seat, and we'll pick right back up where we left off before. And it really just is that simple. Mr. Rasby says, when I read that, I was thinking, imagine game request equivalent, but within drug consumer communities, like drug request. They could also have certain stuff that is very difficult to source. Ah, yes. I'll have some of your finest black crack cocaine Because the white stuff is good, but how about the black stuff? That's got to be even better, right? I jest. Don't do that. Don't do crack, kids. Don't do crack at all. No, I'm not even going to give advice on that. Don't do it. If you want to know the process of mixing drugs, look it up for yourself. See you guys after the break. Wrong button. Two wrong buttons. My apologies, folks. I am back. Let's check in with our wonderful, wonderful chats. Thank you, Mr. Jason, good sir. I hope we all had a wonderful commercial break. Let's catch up with each other, and then we'll move on. I see that we are parroting a bunch of old jokes. There's a lot of missed sentences. I'm gonna read some of these, and then some other parts of these I'm gonna need to skip. Mr. Jason, or Mr. Jason says, I did think that we were going to discuss if we had a website where people could make game requests to Mr. Coin, but there's one thing. Oh no, as the rhomboid room and the square the square or the quadrilateral area. There we go. That's what I was thinking of. I know just the place, or rather space. It's a square-shaped space. Or my personal favorite, the Kite Parlor. I do like a good variety of the good space of the square variety. Let's see. I believe genuine squares are quite rare. Yes. Exquisite Kite Parlor. Yeah. What wine glass do we have there? Twitch will not. Oh, that might be like a computer. That might be like something that 7TV lets you do. I also have one of these. I'm not sure if people like that more than my goblet. Or regular grapes wine. Do we want like Vintner grapes as an emote? I don't know. That feels a bit off-brand. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of this is just an extension of the same joke. Yeah, all of this is an extension of the same joke. I am glad you two are having fun exchanging bits of humor over said joke. Now that we've grabbed the inner walls chest, we can move that forward. Oh, okay. Maybe I can calm down now. Oh my god, that was a segment that took a lot of energy out of me. Mr. Jason says, I always have fun with a good Sir Mr. Rasby, Mr. Coin. Yeah, well, that's cool. That's good, Mr. Jason. Mr. Rasby says, a lot of this is the extension of the same joke. I feel like my livelihood just got described. Some things are a shocking description indeed, yes. Mr. Rasby says, our theme is purple, yes, but red wine glasses look pretty good. Too true. You damn right. There's nothing wrong with a good glass of red. Sweet wines are a personal favorite of mine when I get the opportunity to drink them, which is to say not often. Yeah, probably. Us spectrals, for the most part, do kind of tend to find each other and get along. Though there can always be... a lot of the discord between spectrals is, like, cultural. At least in my honest purview. It's usually cultural. Oh, no, I forgot about these. I forgot that there are rot kindred in here. I totally forgot about that. I need to be on high alert right now. Absolutely good, sir, says Mr. Jason. Mr. Aspie says, ah, yes, fellow mythical Nordic ghosts. After I played Northgard so much, the word spectral refers to the aforementioned. I've heard, to be honest, you know, we're all spectrals in this room, right? I think we've all admitted as much. That we've got several terms for each other. Which one do you like? Do you prefer the on-the-nose term? Do you prefer neurospicy? I've heard neurospicy a lot. I've heard neurodivergent heard a lot. Even though neurodivergent now means something completely different. It does not mean it's not a catch-all description anymore. And then my personal favorite is spectral. Mr. Jason says, but for Mr. Jason, it wouldn't have been kindergarten. It would have been the nursery for Mr. Jason. You wouldn't have even had a personality yet. Mr. Jason says, I refer to myself as Mr. Coin's biggest fan. I'm gonna be real honest. I know there are a lot of autistics out there that like, quote, neurospicy, but when I hear the word spicy, I'm thinking not safe for work, okay? I might call someone neurospicy if they also had used OF or something, okay? I don't, like, just the connotation of that word in today's lexicon is not right. It's not right. So I like Spectral a lot more. Me personally, I never ask questions. I try not to ask questions I don't answer myself. Mr. Resby says, hello, Mr. Coit's biggest fan. I'm Dad. And where's Mom? That's what I want to know. Mr. Jason says, oh, OF, only fairies, good sir. I don't think I have that particular sound on tap, but yes, only fairies. Where's my sound effect I use for this sort of thing? Hold on. I know it's around here.
Time to get naughty.
Mr. Resby says, no, that doesn't exist. That is OGF. Only god fairies? Only fairy god parrots. Wait, what? Sorry. Where's my what at? But how about this favorite one though?
P organs.
Only great fairies. Yes, there we go. Only great fairies and, you know, P organs. A natural thing to spot as people are browsing only great fairies, you know, .net. Mr. Resby says, imagine someone joining right now. Hey, this stream on YouTube and Twitch have been appropriately tagged. This space is not for kids. We're gonna joke about some of that stuff sometimes. Sorry, parents need to parent. Please and thank you. Of course, now if you don't care, you're not gonna be here parenting your kid anyway. But I digress. You know, I don't like such revelatory bombshells chucked out quite so often, but it's true. It is so true. Wait, that's just the lighting, right? Yeah, that's just lighting. Mr. Rasby says, ah, yes, P organs. Organs of an atom, the electron layer distribution, P. What is it? S, P, D, F, G, H, and then, you know, it goes in alphabetical order after that. Hold on. These guys are gonna, like... these guys are gonna move all around, and they come in real fast. Mr. Resby says, for fairy lovers and chemistry enthusiasts. Mr. Resby says, I don't trust atoms. They seem to make up everything. That's pretty good. Including that joke. That's a pretty good on-the-spot joke. Mr. Resby says, yes, I was the first guy in my entire high school's history that had my finals in inorganic. Is that that's got to be inorganic, right? I'm not reading that. I'm not thinking of some different interpretation. Inorganic chemistry, like metals and stuff. Mr. Jason says, indeed, the troll level creators are ethereal beings. They're made of fairy stuff. I don't know. Rasby says in Romania it's written anorganic. Yeah, I could see that. That would make some sense then. Yeah, I'm used to the word with an I in it. That's all. Oh no, it's the Scarlet Rut Wilds with the swamp. I am not going to be able to sustain this very long. Oh, what am I doing? We should be going back to the inner wall. No wonder I'm struggling with this. Mr. Jason says the Big Bang was just a troll creator setting off a bomb. Oh my god. Incredible. I'm just dropping some troll creator lore, says Mr. Jason. Wow, Mr. Coin, you seemed like you were being swamped with scarlet rot. Yes, yes. Yes, being swamped with rot. Yuck. Mr. Rasby says, imagine that is genuinely how the world started. Jason is an agent from outside the simulation, but according to his laws as an admin, he can only share lore as jokes. Right? Right? Hey, look, we accidentally made the plot line for SMT. In SMT, you know, the lore is that supposedly YHVH made the world. But secretly, there's a force that is higher than that called the Axiom. And the Axiom are beings that are sort of... It's more of an ephemeral force that is on an even higher level compared to God, singular, and multiple gods, plural. We accidentally made Steven in that universe. Steven is the front face of the Axiom. It's a guy in a wheelchair. He was a guy who originally built the demon summoning program, and he gives it out to a few people that would be considered the chosen messiah for that era. He's kind of become the embodiment of the Axiom, quote unquote. Mr. Rasby says, I had an inside joke with a friend about one of us being an admin from outside the simulation who could only share knowledge when joking. Fair. Ah, yeah, Steven Universe. Oh, yeah, that cartoon got a little bit ruined for me. I'm not gonna lie. There was an actor, there was a VA for Pearl. That's her name. The character's name is Pearl. Yeah, she's MAGA. I didn't know that. It ruined the whole thing for me. No, spoilers, I don't want to watch. I want to watch. You want to watch that? Sorry. Yeah, my bad. But I should have said one of the main characters that the protagonist talks to is a professed Trump supporter, and that just curdled any chance for me to even want to watch that. Mr. Rasby says, yes, Steven, the cartoon guy, a demon summoner, and in a wheelchair. Man, I really don't remember my cartoons. Mr. Jason says, and the troll creators control the Axiom. The Axiom is kind of like this superfluous force. It would be more like the troll creators are the Axiom and also control the Axiom at the same time. But I get what you're trying to say. Did you know that, Mr. Coin, good sir? Yeah, I knew it. Mr. Rasby says, I want to watch cartoons from when I was little to connect with my younger self. I could see that. I could see that. And yes, I know who Pearl is. I just vaguely remember the rest. Ah, yes, time for me to try not being biased now when watching it as a regular cartoon. For what it is worth, I am sorry for that. I don't know. Maybe in the grand scheme of things, all I really accomplished was poisoning the well, quote unquote. But I kind of feel like we all should sort of know who the shitheads are in our products. because trying to separate art from the artist is a failed exercise. Mr. Jason says, I just like occasionally dropping troll creator lore. Fair enough. Mr. Jason goes on, I'm sorry, Mr. Rasby says, imagine if I was really looking forward to Talos Principle 3, and then I find out one of the devs was MAGA. What do I do in that point? Ideally, you would not support them, but I am not you. You have to do what works for you. I wouldn't. The only time I would even think about it is if someone gifted me the game. Mr. Rasby says, yes, and I'm European as well. It doesn't hit quite at that at home. No, but you have, like, your own elements. Imagine if, what is it? George, Carlescu? Is that right? I'm sure I butchered that name to high hell and back. But, the conservative Romanian. Imagine if that conservative party, right, made products and they were determined to take people's rights away. It would be your duty as a citizen to not support that. Okay, I need to be ready because I know there's going to be some ones that activate from behind here. Yeah, there's another one right there. I can literally see it. Mr. Resby says the second word is butchered to high hell and back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But yes, I know you know who that is. Yeah, you told me about him. Mr. Resby says, yeah, I wouldn't support that stuff, but it would be something else about supporting people who believe in their cause. Well, maybe I can use an example that would be a little more notorious. That might have been a little bit too personable. If you guys know who J.K. Rowling is, Mr. Jason should surely know who this is, because, you know, she lives in that country. It is a well-known fact that she donates money to anti-trans rights groups. Like, she outright says that her money is going to either de-trans people or take away their rights. So if people know that about J.K. Rowling, they shouldn't buy her work unless they are also blatant transphobes. And people who did buy the work would know that she is a transphobe and would also be a transphobe by extension. By how much, I don't know. But you don't support evil people, including buying their stuff. But that's maybe me. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, I think that there should be a specific bathroom built exactly on an island that is half in U.S. waters and half in European waters. I heard something. What am I hearing? What the heck? Oh, it's the babies. Baby version. There we go. I need to pay some amount of attention. I can hear another one. I see you down there. Stop that. For you're an American, when you go into the bathroom in America, when you come out, what are you while you're in there? You are European. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is a stretchy joke. Mr. Rasby says, I support my friends regardless of who they support, unless they are genuinely also quite involved in the stuff that is against my values. And it's not for a moral reason, but for a pragmatic reason. That's fair. Mr. Rasby then goes on to say, I just genuinely feel like it wouldn't do much good. Maybe even counterproductive. Because now someone else takes my place in the social circle. It could be someone who shares that same political view and thus making things worse. Like the people that replace you kind of fill the vacuum, right? That's another way of perhaps saying that is the person that would be behind you that, quote, makes things worse would be filling a vacuum and thus contributing to the echo chamber a lot more, quote unquote. What on earth? I'm sorry, but how do you get up there? There we go. Right up here. Just like so. Blessed be Aeonia. Hello, baby. Get out of here with that. One second. Mr. Raspy says yes. If you leave people who disagree with, who you disagree with, it may make those people slide in further and be actively detrimental, counterintuitively. Yeah, you create an echo chamber, right? Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. I can understand the logic. As long as you're still friends, even if you don't argue, and actually preferable that you don't argue, that friend needs to form a worldview that allows your existence, like being a passive anchor. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin. While the names are different, names for the different parts of education are different in the UK, US, and Europe, I do wholly agree that I would be good friends with Mr. Raspy, like I feel that I am now. Yeah, because that's the thing you have basis for, right? Okay, any others that are, you know, getting ready to do that? And what the heck is that up there? I feel I gotta know. I can. Oh, I rolled in the shit. That is not great. Okay, where's my soap? Soap! Last bit of soap. Mr. Raspy says, fun fact, the guys who I work with that contacted me through my company, they are Irish. Oh, that's nice. I think that's a rune piece over there. Let's find out. Ah, yes, I thought I'd recognize that distinctive orange glow. And it isn't a tangerine either. Promise. Yeah, I wish I could run faster. I actually cannot. This is considered thick water. Like a thick, sludgy liquid. And you actually are forced to travel at that speed. Mr. Raspy says, I work with Irish people every day and almost exclusively because I work solo on that technology. Well, that's cool. Have they shared any of their culture with you, or has it largely just been the, we come in, we do the work, and we don't really fraternize a whole bunch? Mr. Jason says, Orange, you glad it wasn't something else, good sir? Yes. I am glad it was not something else. I'm glad it wasn't a banana. Definitely not a banana. Oh, yes. So you guys ready? You guys thought we were done yet? Now, for context, you guys see that basin down there? that water that with the light shining down on it, that's where our boss arena is. That's where we're headed. That's where we gotta be. We're almost there. We're almost there. And then after that, we've got 1 or 2 quests we need to make sure in the right place, and then we'll be ready to fight the goddess of rot. Won't that be exciting? That's gonna be like a whole a journey and a half. One that I can't wait to show you, because Melania is the most unfair boss in the history of Elden Ring. Even with her nerfs that make her more reasonable, it still took me a long time to kill her. Again, 36 deaths. Oh, was that all pathetic? I have a line for this. Hold on.
You're so pathetic.
Yeah, that take that, you silly grubworm. Look, I try to source crisp voice lines, okay? I do try to do that. You guys will have to tell me if the voice lines are good or not. I like them, but I know that doesn't necessarily mean everyone else likes them. Ew! Sewer? Yuck! Ugh! Gross! Grody! And then we have... Oh, we're still not done yet? I totally forgot about that. Shoot. What do I do now? Yeah, I totally forgot that we had the drainage channel. But now that we have that, what we can actually do is go back to the table. Welcome back, Mr. Rasby. You asked about culture? Yeah, I asked if they had shared any of their culture with you, or if they were kind of like, here's the project, you know, this is what we need from you. Do you have it? Great. Like, work stuff. Has it all been work stuff? Or have they shared more personable things about themselves? Excuse me. Yeah, don't have these, like, other ashes. It's such a shame. Mr. Rasby says, they gave me a funny hat and we prayed together. Fair. It was an odd initiation, is I think the word they used, but it was cool. Well, that's good. At least they didn't try to rope you into something else in particular. All right, we have that. Yeah, there's like no way that is worse, right? Yeah, that's 342 spell scaling. Mr. Resby says, I am joking. That didn't happen. They are across an ocean. We didn't talk about culture at all. Ah! So then, yeah, that didn't happen. That makes sense. It was probably just email the deliverables. Here are the things that are being delivered. Oh yeah, by the way, maybe you learned that we're Irish. Cool, great. And then we go about our business.
Back already. No matter.
Do I want to do that? I guess, just so we have like a point of comparison. Yeah, so like this is 295. Yeah, this is just way better. How? I guess it's got 4 stats scaling into it at a roughly equal measure, with faith being like slightly better. Mr. Raspy says, but I heard a funny story of how they worked with our company for a long time, and my project manager got some Irish money from one of the guys, and later he tried to change them, but he couldn't money exchange it anywhere, and had to give it back at the next con they met. Ah, it is a very weird, both solo and very team heavy. Solely because I'm the sole guy for the technology, I know the stuff, and nobody else does. We can get rid of that here. And there's no peer review at all in terms of implementation. Wow, you've got a lot riding on your shoulders in that case then. That would freak me, that would stress me out now that I'm thinking on it. But team because I make suggestions on how stuff should be made, and we sometimes make calls to decide what flows and how stuff should work, and team because I work with a lot of QA and I coordinate people. Yeah. Mr. Jason says, I have also heard something interesting, Mr. Coin Good Sir. I have heard there's a really wonderful streamer we could rate named Coinstamp. He has an amazing community. I do agree with that. A brilliant person named Mr. Raspy and some of the best quality moderators. Mr. Raspy says, man, that's effing wild to think about. I worked for 4 years, but aside from the internship, I never got a code review. I could have used one a long time ago. I assume your deliverables go out to, like, your deliverables go to, like, clients or customers, right? One of those two things. So, like, if people complain, they'll know that it's not working, right? I bet that's what they're thinking in terms of, quote, review, end quote. And Mr. Espy says, and yes, and some are in people's homes as we are talking. Exactly. So, like, people, the client reviews will speak for themselves there. Code review means literally reading the code written and reviewing it. Yeah. I guess I don't quite mean that, but something between devs at a team. Yeah. Yeah, people don't, I imagine people don't do that all that often. Okay, what do I have left to do then? I think I'll try checking Gowry's shack again. And seeing if he says something. Otherwise, I probably need to look this quest. Look at the quest to make sure I haven't, like, fallen astray somewhere. Mr. Raspy says, I never got another coder to verify my code. I could have been a fraud this whole time and none of us would know. You're right. You're right. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't even have the knowledge base to fight that if that was the truth. Mr. Jason says, I never know how to do an if and an and statement, Mr. Coin, but if I did, I would make one that was if Mr. Coin and Mr. Jason and Mr. Raspy are in a stream equals wonderful times. I'm honored that you think that. I believe it's it's if then else, or if then else if then else, in that order. Mr. Raspy says that my overconfidence and lack of different views have screwed a few months of 2 of my projects by me, making some big architectural decisions that ended up poorly. I over-engineered some stuff to hell. Mr. Raspy says, Johnson & Johnson, but it's and. Too true. All right, give me 1 second, guys, while I look up some things. Because I don't need people seeing like sensitive information. It would help if I weren't typing in all caps. Oh, okay. Yeah, we need to actually go back. Yeah, I knew I was missing something here. Once the players defeated the mini-boss, there'll be 2 summon signs where the mini-boss used to be. Specifically in the northwest hill around the lake. Oh, hold on. No, that's not necessarily the case. Drainage channel side of Grace. Go west through the doorway. Climb up the ladder at the end of the corridor and go out the doorway on your right at the top. Okay, this is a different putrid tree spirit. We're good. I just had to be sure. Mr. Jason says, well, yes, we wouldn't be able to know for sure. I do not believe that Mr. Rasby is a fraud, for you have to be a genius to come up with a fantastic concept of buying 2 things and receiving 2 things. You really are. You are so enamored with this joke. You're not going to forget it, are you, good sir? Sir Rasby says, OGF is certainly sensitive. I would get banned, like, if I showed that material on stream. Absolutely not. Okay, so we are good here. We actually needed to go further, is what I've just learned. Mr. Rasby says, indeed. The 1+1 special offer is as genius as the guy who got a promotion after naming the movie Cars as Cars. That joke is most percentually effective as buying 2 things instead of 1 is 100% more things than 1, whilst adding 1 more is only 50% more. Yeah, it's like such a deadpan serious joke that it's not even funny. Mr. Rasby says, me and Mr. Rasby typically do not forget things, good sir. I don't doubt that. Eidetic memory and all that. I mean, I don't know. How many of us could actually claim we have eidetic memory? I do not believe I could. What? Wait, what? What? Wait, but this is the drainage channel. What? I'm sorry. I need to I remember this part kind of stumping me a little bit. Mr. Rasby says, me and Mr. Jason cannot skip a good deal. Too true. I literally can't remember a thing that I forgot. I can't remember to forget that I needed to remember. Yeah, that kind of thing. Mr. Jason says, although Mr. Rasby is far better than me, good sir, for Mr. Rasby's knowledge has been learned, whereas as a troll creator, I just kind of had mine. You had to develop yours through application, is what I would say. More than perhaps anything else. Sorry, I am like... Oh, I think we just gotta like... There's one of these structures that we go up or down on, and I'm trying to remember which one that is. I believe that it is not this one, but it is this other one. See, I told you we would be back up this tree. Mr. Rasby says, yes, as being the admin of the simulation, you spawned with knowledge. Wouldn't that just make you depressed? I'm not gonna lie. That feels like all that would do is just make you insanely depressed. There was an experiment done where they injected rats with human Vox genes for language, and it was determined that the rats squeaked, like the rats injected with this gene or the genic products squeaked at like triple the frequency. Not Vox, I'm sorry, Hox genes. There we go. Hawk's genes. And they squeaked and talked so much that their mothers just ignored them. They literally ignored their children that were talking to them. And it turned out that later, when they became adults, they developed depression, like actual depression in rats, because no one would interact with them due to the change in pitch and frequency at which the rats squeaked. And that right there, my fine friends, is the definition of real loneliness. That if other mammals understood language, they would just end up depressed. There's no shot that we make this. I made the jump. I made the freaking jump. Mr. Resby says, so an actual hoax? Hawks. H-O-X. No, no A. No A in there. What? But this chest is red. What? You know what? I'm not gonna think too hard about it. I'm gonna just see where the wind takes me. Mr. Resby says, well, I personally can't see the connection between wisdom or intelligence and depression. I agree. It's just supposed to be a rather sad story about what happens when you attempt to, quote, cross the species, end quote. Because injecting an animal with human genes for language processing, you would think that they would be able to interpret or handle some language thing, but it turned out all it really did was depress them, or make them upset and outcasts in their society. But you're right, there's no clinical proof of that. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, well, injecting human genes in rats makes them depressed. No, I have no idea. I would need statistical analysis to prove to show that there's correlation with that. And even then, there would have to be other tests performed. But I do find that particular experiment interesting, is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. Maybe, like, falling into the church would be the best thing I can do here. Uh-oh. This is not good. Wait, did that one actually just, like... Yeah, it sure did. It straight up just jumped down there. Mr. Rasby says, but I may be moving the goalposts because to me it's a lot more intelligent. It's a lot more intelligent to game theory stuff in your life and end up in therapy than to be a pure expert in some area. Fair. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, in Seremu's stream, someone redeemed make a poll, but the question, should fired Rex get VIP role? And I made one. The answers were yes, if fired pays 150k, and B, yes, if 150k is spent. That's not a choice. That's not a choice. What? You're just asking for 150k. What? What? Wow, but that is quite the hoodwink. I will at least say that. Mr. Rasby says, I guess I could say intelligence and resilience are separate axes. I don't find myself that intelligent. Find myself that intelligent. There we go. As much as I was just incredibly persistent. Yeah. And I'm not a great coder. I have the advantage of having started at 14 and got hired with already roughly 5 on and off years of coding. But I picked it up very slow. It took me years to understand what higher order objects are and what a closure or mutex is. That's news to me. Oh, well, what the F is a monad? I know what it is now, though. Yeah, I can imagine so. I mean, it was your, you know, at the end of the day, your experience made you, and that those years of persistence paid off, right? Mr. Jason says VIP is 150k channel points. Oh, so it was a non-vote, really. They already paid the points, so what was the point of voting? Whether they paid points or spent points. Mr. Resby says a monad is a monoid in the class of endofunctors. I do not know what an endofunctor is, so I'm afraid you said basically the words of, I would like to stick my supermassive quantum resonator in your, in your quantum hole. Or something like that. Insert the Fallout meme of random mad scientist says mad thing here. Ah, yes, the anti-entropy thermonullifier. Right? Insert scientific pseudobabble here. I know it all has a rich meaning that comes from, study. Oh, frick. Years of study and, hands-on experience. I just, it all sounded Greek to me. What did you realize, Mr. Jason? I have to come back up here just to get that item. Mr. Raspy says plutonium-based magnetic transaccelerator. Mr. Jason says lead moderator is basically another name for supermod. And I am a supermod. Wait, why would you say it's a name for supermod, though? Oh, like, is that like a YouTube thing or what? Or it's like, you just thinking of the term for this, quote unquote. I believe this is our elevator that would take us up here. Nope, wrong elevator. The term, good sir. Oh, this is just straight up the boss. Well, obviously we're not ready yet. If a lead moderator is a super moderator, is a lead developer a super developer? Maybe. Okay, there is not a... there was not like some kind of hidden mechanism. I'm gonna ride this elevator a couple of times and just kind of pay attention here. This feels like a spot where people would hide things. Mr. Rasby says, if a lead moderator is a super moderator, then a lead pipe is a super pipe, right? Super pipe, or super pipey. Wait, what? Insert this. Rolls off the tongue too. Yeah, it kind of does, just a little bit. I feel nature's call really strongly right now, but I am going to try so hard to hold it for like 7 minutes, and then I might be late coming back. Just pointing that out. If people are wondering why the hell I'm late, that would be why. There is no way a low profile should have dodged that. Mr. Raspy says, ah, yes, nature's prophet voice line, nature is restless. Right? Nature is sort of restless. It always changes. It changes a lot. It changes a hell of a lot. Oh, you know what? I'll actually take it. I was wondering why, I was wondering if, buffing ourselves would increase our power.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, was the 5-minute warning for the commercial break that we take at the top of the hour. This will be the second to last one. In but 4.5 minutes, there will be a timer on the screen to indicate the ad break, to indicate when the break starts, as well as how long it lasts. And during that time, you know, there will be ads playing. And I recommend that you all, if you don't want to see those ads, to like take a stretch break along with me, because I promise I don't like looking at them, and I know you don't either. That said, spend your time however you wish. Because once the ad break is over, the ads will have stopped. I will have returned to my seat, and then we could. I did not mean to do that, but I'll take it. I'll return to my seat, and, you know, we'll pick right back up where we left off. The storm will have cleared. It really just is that simple. Ah, yes, I thought we would have babies lying down in prayer. Well, we can't be having that, I'm afraid. I did not mean to do that. Mr. Raspy says, ah, yes, a storm coming in 5 minutes now has a different meaning. Honey, and you know, I was going to say that, but then I'm not. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Quaid, good sir, I still remember when the good sir, Mr. Raspy, was with us for a while as a wonderful director. I did not anticipate that director in the TCC was more involved than a fancy title, but at least the good sir is now remembered permanently for bringing by far the best suggestion to the board, and that suggestion has massively simplified business sense. Yeah, maybe. I mean, being able to see your local time is not a bad thing. No, that is not regular. It is something else altogether. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. Probably going to need to stop here. No, if I'm quick, I could probably hurry it up. And then we can have this whole area cleared out. There we go. Mr. Raspy says, Mr. Jason says, so I'm always thankful to the good sir, Mr. Raspy. Mr. Raspy says, ah, yes, the regular babies laying down and praying. The last thing I expected to hear. Context for 500, Alex. Mr. Raspy says, yeah, we could make a religion out of it, Mr. Jason. I was in the board for about 2 days. Yeah, that was not a long stint at all. And I spent 50% of the time proposing stuff. That you did, good sir. Mr. Jason says, and depending on the good sir's thoughts, Mr. Coin, NED is a role that Mr. Raspy could, I feel, fit better. I mean, sure, it would be nice to have more people to consult for the board, but I get the feeling that would not mesh well with what Mr. Raspy wants to do, and I feel like it would just become another server or another organization that he would put on mute. I don't feel like that would work out all that well. But that's just me knowing what Mr. Rasby's disposition is like, more than anything. All right, I'm gonna hang tight right here, and when we come back, hopefully we will find our good friend the Putrid Tree Avatar, and we can take it from there. Mr. Rasby says, I like improving things, but in an independent way. Ah, good. I will be late coming back. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I'm back. Nature was awful. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Welcome back to yourself. Let's check in with our lovely audience, and then let's see if we can't get to Melania sometime today. Let's see. But Mr. Coin, good sir, Mr. Raspy is still with us, and NED is not a required work role. I realized that the distort speak was supposed to be some form of sarcasm. I can only say there's a reason that they stepped away, right? And so I try to respect that decision. Yeah, Mr. Raspy was saying earlier, I come in, I study stuff, I ask people, and I make changes. Yeah, like, the way we do things just does not mesh with the way that Mr. Raspy would like to approach problems. It's not going to work. It's like trying to force a square peg into a round hole. That's not gonna work. You're just gonna end up frustrated. You're going to wear off bits of the square peg. And it doesn't matter who's the square peg in this instance. Whether that be, Mr. Raspy or, the TCC. It won't work. It doesn't matter what order. It won't work. It'll just end up in frustration. Let's see. This is why I mentioned more that maybe he could be a consultant instead, i.e. if we have a problem, we could approach him privately, and he's like, here, I have this wonderful suggestion to your little problem that you're having. You're free to implement it or not. Your choice. All you did was ask me for input. That's it. Like, that is the best... I think that's the best outcome of this I could possibly even arrange for you, good sir. Agree with all your points. So yeah. I mean, I could explain NED, but as Mr. Raspy already said, we've already had a go at this with a more involved position. Having a less involved position isn't going to work here. Do we have consultants? I don't think so, no. And that wouldn't be a rank that you would make in Discord, in the organization. You wouldn't do that. We would have a list of people we talk to. That's the kind of stuff kept behind the office desk, if you will. We know we have people we can talk to, but maybe the server doesn't need to know that. Or there's no reason to advertise it. Because then that might get unwanted people knocking on the doorsteps of our consultants. And that's not the purpose. Mr. SB says, the only thing I can provide is borrowing TCC people as audience to stuff for ideas. Yeah. Mr. Rasby says, I think if you have a specific technical problem or general idea on how to organize things, especially if it's something related to value, fairness, as I deeply value that, you can ask me. Or if you have an interest or problem solution that is somewhat near one of my existing projects, like the Twitch client-side rendering thingy, you can ask. And the worst that a consultant could say is no. And that would be the end of that. Oh, nice. I was wondering if we were going to find a rune piece. Mr. Jason says, actually, Mr. Coin, consultant is a perfect solution. We can have a list like we do with verified streamers where only me and you can see it. Sure. The key difference there, Mr. Jason, is we would not actually invite consultants onto the server. We would have them as like a reference list for like specifically for us. It would be information only, if that's making any sense. Look, if you're gonna stand there and like waddle around, you're gonna find yourself with some problems there, Mr. Like Kindred of Rot. Mr. Jason says, indeed indeed, good sir. And yes, it does. Okay, we do have a couple more Ghost Glovewort 9s. We just don't have Ghost Glovewort 7s or 8s. And I need to, like, find those if we want to upgrade our other spirits. Because there's one that's, like, perfect for Melania that I'm thinking of already. And that would require us finding where a Ghost Glovewort 7 or 8 is. Or alternatively, we can use our Starlight Shards to get those, I think. I think that is one thing we can do. Ooh, ladder. Where's this going? It's got to go up somewhere, but where? Mr. Resby says, but yeah, not keen on free labor. I totally get that. But if you're the ones taking initiative and proposing problems and I ask stuff, we iterate. But yeah, Coin, fun fact. After one of those support groups, I found out that fairness is a core value of mine. So far, the core value. Yeah, I wish I could say it was mine, but I don't know. I'm still commiserating in my own emotional agony for that. That's like a whole separate can of worms. Hero's Rest. Well, at least we can write that down. Recently, I was having nostalgia and scrap and was that supposed to be scrapped or scraped the internet to find my admin request on a CS 1.6 server I made. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be. I think that's scraped. Yeah, and got accepted when I was 9. Turns out I was 10 and a half, not 9, because I did actually find it. Nice. Mr. Jason says, one thing I know for sure, Mr. Coin, in terms of community and transparency, as stated by Mr. Rasby, we certainly have the ladder down. We're pushing more towards more of the former. Yeah, that we are. You know, a few steps at a time, but yes. I've got to be extra careful. Oh, I think I know what we do here. We just literally jump on the roof. Mr. Rasby says, and one of the lines I wrote in that was that I wanted the staff to fight, staff to fight unfairness, or at least perceived unfairness, right? Yeah. Unfairness is the sort of thing we pick up on rather easily. Mr. Rasby goes on to say, but yeah, I was staff on a Counter-Strike server for 2 months when I was 10. Nice. I don't even remember. Yeah, that's like that's a whole story. Ooh. Hello. Yeah, so like we gotta drop down for that. Yeah, I think so. Then what? We traipse back up. We traipse back up the ladder. Drop down again and get that other item? Mr. Resby says, I lied that I was 13 in the post, and also lied and claimed that I had 5 years of experience. Which, if I was 10, that would have been half my lifetime. 13 was the minimum age for request. Well, I would have had no basis for knowing that, is the thing. So I should have probably verified what I was agreeing to. Yeah, that I am quite guilty of that sometimes. Mr. Jason says, when the TCC was in its infancy and not many people were there, I took more of the I make the rules base, but now that I have staff, especially like Mr. Coin, I've most definitely gone more into the background. Well, yeah, you let me do my job. I appreciate that. Without that, like, freedom and leniency, I'm not sure how far this whole quest for the TCC to be a place of community would have gone. That's not to say you wouldn't have, that's not to necessarily say there wouldn't have been community or anything, but it definitely would have turned out way differently than it has, and there would have been no way to... We would have truly been on the road less taken, quote unquote. And the road less taken, the road often not taken, is not something for which we can easily predict what comes next. We know not what lies ahead, quote unquote. I'm glad that you trust me with that for what that is worth, Mr. Jason. Because I try to do everything to be worthy of that trust. I gotta be so careful. Mr. Jason says, fun fact. Yes, Mr. Jason, what fun fact do you have? Only 3 people have ever held the role of president. Let's see, Jamie, Miss Carly, and myself, right? Oh, hello. Yeah, that is a huge chunk of damage. Oh, you're awful. Don't heal that. Ugh, I hate the Hailing Tree Knights are the worst. Mr. Ransby says, yes, Carly. I'm sure she's heard that one before, but no, definitely not the child actor that later grew up to be like a modern day actor, like a modern day sitcom actor. Actually, what is she up to these days? Because I know there was like the iCarly reboot. Yeah, there was actually a whole reboot. It did not go great, to my knowledge. What? Hello. Hi, yes. Human Health Services and Resources? Help? Thank you. Mr. Rasby says, iCarly extra scenes. I watched iCarly. I mean, I unintentionally got a great lesson from that show when I was little. Oh, what sort of lesson is that? If you don't mind my asking. No, you sirs can remain nice and quiet with the torches back there. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. Nope, you can stay way the hell back there. And don't touch me. You don't have to reveal it now. If you don't have to answer questions you don't want to, good sir. I was just curious. Mr. Jason says, speaking of the TCC, Mr. Coin, and the authority provided by me, provided they are still live, I hereby request a raid to the TCC verified streamer, Symphony YouTube or YT when you end. Only if you're able to, of course. But yes, I ask for it to happen. I was actually gonna go crash after the stream. I'm gonna be so honest. Walking up the hill from the from my gym to the Walmart took a lot out of me, a lot more than I was expecting. I'm sore. I'm tired and I'm sore. I'm not sure I would make for the best. I'm not sure I've made for the best company, but you're right. I should make an attempt at that. I am the TCC president. I should do that. Ah, yes, the poison tick got him. Nice. Nice. Excellent. Great. Lovely. Mr. Jason says that's why I put only if you're able to, of course. No worries. I appreciate that. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I still have an hour and 40 to decide if I'm going to be up for fraternizing with our wonderful associates. Mr. Resby says, sounds like good battle scars. So, funny story about that, and I'll read your sentence first before I mention the story, but Mr. Rasby says, there is an episode where Fred saves Carly's life by pushing her aside from a motorized vehicle, and, well, she falls in love with him and they get into a relationship. And until that point, Fred got rejected by her always. Not sure if it was Carly or Sam. I'm pretty sure Sam never had a relation with Fred. I'm almost quite positive of that, but maybe I don't remember my iCarly that well. Mr. Jason says they may not potentially not even be live then. Fair enough. Mr. Rasby says, and they are in a relationship for a few episodes and they realize they are not compatible and brave it up and break it up. Yeah. Like, she fell in love with the idea of his heroics and what that action was. She did not fall in love with him. Oh, I have a little bit of a fun factoid for you guys. How many of you are familiar with the content creator Poofesher? P-O-O and then Fesher with one F. Professor with one F. Staple those together. Mr. Rasby says, it taught me that you can't artificially create chemistry unless it's genuine. Right. Then it's, you know, you're not having to artificially do anything. It's just natural. Exactly. So, Poofesher is famously known for his really rank humor, end quote, and for playing lots of me party games and like Tomodachi Life. That's what he's known for. So I think I know what the Heroes Rest Encampment is for now. Careful, careful, careful. Just sit tight. Spit into the void. So that YouTuber I was mentioning, he used to be an architect, and he used to work as an architect. He now makes YouTube videos for all the stuff I just mentioned. And there was an interview. I've not watched it, but I know it exists. And eventually, that one of the subjects of the interview I learned was that dude almost made it onto iCarly. He's kind of a very chunky 40-year-old man, and he almost made it onto iCarly. I don't know what character he would have played, but I do know he almost would have been there, and I can tell you that man has the humor of that man has the humor of a 13-year-old. Because he makes really inappropriate sex jokes a lot. There are Professor compilations where the dude rages at a video game really quite often, and then when he's not doing that, he's busy being a misogynistic little pile. Take your pick. And so, you're not gonna get me that easily, Sir Knight. You can sit right over there and, like, wait.
Sex.
Mr. Resby says, ah, yes, Fred. Ah, yes, immature sexual jokes. Who would engage in such acts as a grown-up? I mean, it happens all the time. The issue I have, or had, with that, thank God he didn't land the role, is that he would have brought that to, like, a children's show, right? Because iCarly was not a show for adults. It was a show for teenagers, or, like, preteens. Mr. Resby says, oh, it just hit me. I am 23. I am a fully grown man. And do you make such jokes? Yes, well, actually, okay, so legally speaking, yes, you're a, quote, fully grown man. However, it is very likely that your prefrontal cortex may still be developing, number one. And number two, you may actually also still be growing physically up until like 25. Mr. Resby says, almost fully grown. My frontal cortex is in open beta. Oh, yeah, that's probably a good way to put it. You're still taking inputs, but I promise you, if you haven't realized, this is the point when I think you might realize that. When you hit 30, if you reach, or when you reach 30, that change is going to hit you like a ton of bricks. I know it did for me. And I know that us spectrals also have... We have a little something called autistic skill regression / burnout. If you've not experienced burnout, that's totally fine. I hope you never do. But if you have, and it lands at about the same time as like normal, like, oh yeah, I'm actually an adult and I've actually cognitively stopped growing, quote unquote. Like you realize that you are not young anymore. The results of that would be quite catastrophic. Mr. Rasby says, was my mom right when she said every year that I may get taller still, but was 175 centimeters since some years ago? You may be finished physically growing taller, but not like in terms of like muscle or like in terms of one's skeleton and so on. Mr. Rasby says, I did have bad... I'm sorry, I missed a statement there. If I am 30, have a long beard, and would still be a virgin, I would become a wizard. Ah, yes. And then you could arrive precisely when you mean to, good sir. You did have bad burnout last November. I'm sorry you dealt with that. I'm sorry that happened. That always stinks. I just spat instead of using Rain of Fire. Yeah, I'm not surprised that happened. Run! I hate this. Okay, yeah, you wanna drink? That's fine with me. You can do that. Because I feel like, unfortunately for me, my burnouts, like, I feel like I'm still in the middle of burnouts, like, chronic burnout, even. Don't you even think about it. Almost killing me. I'm willing to bet that's the hero's rest chest right there opened. Yuck. Almost died to this nonsense. Still have not found the the putrid avatar yet. That still has not happened. I have to figure that out. But it was really bad. I feel like my burnout has definitely resulted in some skill loss that I don't think I've ever really quite recovered from. I don't think it's math. I don't think my skill loss was in numbers. I believe it was language, which is like one of the worst ways to go. And also just like raw charisma. I feel like that's where I probably have lost the most from burnout. I'm a lot more tepid of a person these days, but also simultaneously more angry at the same time. Like, I don't know what to make of that. Mr. Ramsby says, well, you've grown quite a lot. Yeah, I still feel like I grew in the negative direction, but I get what you mean. I don't know if I would call perpetual despair growth. Sorry. I should try to pivot out of what we're talking about. That made me wistful again. Mr. Raspy says, but yeah, I could tell something has changed. When you told me you talk to Tom every once in a while, it made a lot of sense to me. I mean, yeah, I couldn't even really tell you where the change is, other than like loss of self or loss of skill and just emotions. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, no need for the raid anyway. I'm going to have to head off anyway to clear my bed again before I head to sleep. Very well, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for stopping by. It was good to have you, as always. Please do stay safe. You know you're welcome back here anytime. And especially if I don't see you again, please do take care of yourself out there. World's a dangerous place. Mr. Rasby says, I don't understand what's happening in the game, but I understand the tone and how you react to words. I could pick up modestly well. Mr. Rasby says, well, not that it was bad when you did that, but you didn't seem to feel the need to go on multi-hour long rants of politics. And you don't blame yourself near as much. I keep it bottled in more often, probably. That's probably the real answer. Is I've just learned that over time that people are generally disinterested and burnt out and exhausted. I feel like we're all right there, and so hold on, I gotta look at my map here. I could tell. And so I realized my mouthpiece was just yet another, my stream became yet another place where people were inundated by that. That's all. It's been a pleasure, Mr. Jason. Thank you. But yes, please do get your well-deserved rest for tomorrow. Mr. Raspy says, but yeah, it's nice to be able to at least enjoy the ramming of bitches. I'm dead. Dag nabbit! And I just cleared that chest. Please tell me it's like one false slip was all it took. Perfect. Another death to gravity. Hate that. I use that sound effect whenever I am dealing with with gravity, and it kills me. Mr. Jason says, people might be exhausted, good sir, but I will always have time for you, Mr. Klein. I appreciate that, good sir. I appreciate that. I try to make the time for people when I can. I can't say I always have the time, but I can always try to make the time. Mr. Rasby says, Keck W. Perfect. Oh, God. Not this room. Now I gotta navigate it again. Why? Can't we, like, have just a halfway normal... like a halfway normal entrance into and out of a place? Why? Mr. Resby says, perfect sound effect. Thank you, thank you. It's hard to find good sound effects in the era of copyright these days. But it is also one of the only ones that get my videos checked every time I use it. I hear the click-clack of clean rotten night footsteps. Mr. Rasby says, I instantly re-remember this is an American stream when I hear Deck Nabbit. It is my go-to word. What can I say? I use that so often in place of a cuss word these days that now it's like the most, it is probably one of the most country things I have, or gosh darn it. Yeah, exactly. I can do that too. Mr. Raspy says, my dad used to watch that show a lot, and I watched it too. Ah! Yeah, my dad would tell you that that's one of the good ones. That... Okay. Who or what did that? Wait. Is that... Do those projectiles also have 360-degree curvature? That's incredible if that's the case. 2 men and a half? Yeah, you know, 2.5 men. Yeah. You know, back before it was found out that Charlie Sheen was a weird person. Zyla Pillars is ready for a challenge? I mean, we're doing a challenge right now. Oh, frick. We're doing a challenge right now. You know, we're routing a challenge run. Welcome. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay, Xylopillar. If you don't mind my asking, how familiar with Elden Ring Reforged are ya? Or, you know, the concept of challenge runs even. I'll take either or. Mr. Raspy says, you know, ignorance is bliss, and I was just fine with reductive stuff. It was quite a funny show. Yeah. Sorry, I can definitely tell I'm in the... A lot of my friends that I actually hang out with in real life will often say, oh yeah, now that I know about, you know, X person or Y person and I know what they are, I can't support anything in it. I feel like I would just be betraying my own values, blah, 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 blah. Insert something like that. And I just couldn't go without dying. Okay, you know what? Fine, video game. You want me to do this so badly a second time? I will do it a second time. Wow, that was close. Oh my god, I have to make sure I jump that. Wow, I almost died to that a second time. That's just sloppy gameplay right there. Mr. Raspy says, it was only funny because of when I watched it. Yeah, that kind of American comedy was good because you turned your brain off and you didn't realize what they were saying. But as soon as you realized what they were saying and how immature people were being, it stopped being, at least for me, it stopped being funny. It stopped being funny. And instead it started being offensive. It kind of turned me off to a lot of TV in general. Or it turned me off to a lot of film in general. Okay, we have that done. The only thing we need to do now is this quest. And now I have to kind of remember where that is. Okay, and it's certainly not going to be that. Okay, give me a second. I need to, like, look at something. Drainage channel, go west through the doorway, climb up the ladder at the end of the corridor, and go out the doorway on your right at the top. Tree spirit is at the landmass. Cross the gap to the left. Wait, what? Oh, uncensored. I can see the OGF bookmark. Oh, thank you guys so much for watching. This stream is totally not going to have to be wiped off the face of the earth. I'll see you guys in the next one. Is what I would say if there were actually a real bookmark here that were problem. I forgot the gas was on. Yeah, I forgot that I was cooking something on the stove. You'll have to excuse me while I go handle that. I need to look at that again. I basically didn't even read. Okay, so let's go through the drainage. Let's start at the drainage channel. Works at a date too. Works every time. Yeah, I gotta make up an excuse to leave trick. Yeah. I would fail at doing that. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so go west through the doorway. Is that west? This is east, not west. This is west right here. Okay. So we're headed like back up. So, okay, so we're tracing our steps. Retracing some steps back here. That is what is happening. So up the ladder. Door and go out at the right. Tree spirit is at the landmass across the gap to the left. Oh, so over there. Okay. Mr. Rasby says, you can't spell Adam without Tom. Too true. You can't. I wonder how he feels to, I wonder how Tom feels to know that his name is in the fundamental building blocks of the universe. And, you know, I didn't even think about following this tree branch. I should have, and every Adam has a Tom. You right. Which means there are, like, millions of him everywhere. It's worse than Gary from Vault 103. worse than that, because Gary from Vault 103 had like 100 copies of him. Sir Rasby says, indeed, Tom's Hardware, a Tomcat, all the places where his name is, right? Oh yeah, it was this. All right. Go to the slope on the right and walk across the tree branch, heading southwest across the gap. And then we need to defeat the mini-boss that's here. But is there actually a mini-boss that's here, is the question I need to ask. Tommy gun, tomahawk, I mean, that second O should be an A, tomahawk, but pretty close. Close enough for government work, as I oft... Deck nabbit. Oh... Oh, that's a putrid tree spirit. Okay, alright. I definitely do not have the right gear on for this. Uh-oh. Yep. Okay, are they gonna breathe? No, they're not. Not yet, anyway. No, I am dead. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I packed a spell for this. Come on. Think clearly, Coin. I need you to do that, buddy. Oh. Okay, so we can actually add that to the splits counter. I forgot about this, and I actually probably would have done this before the Hero's Rest if I had known about it. So we can just swap the death where the deaths are. Okay, let me catch up and then we will continue. Mr. Respi says, ah, yes, a tiny little tree got set. It's more like a tiny little tree got a corrupted piece of the spirit of the Erd tree, but close enough. This is a great boss fight. This really does feel very overwhelming and impossible to escape from. I could go across the tree branch, but I think that would be... I don't think that would work out too great for me. Mr. Respi says, always like the idea of fighting ultra-mobile enemies. Coin, quickly, get the anime protagonist's childhood flashback. Ah, yes. I, too, you know, I, too, would very much, you know, like to have a flashback right when I'm, thank goodness this is shallow rot water as opposed to deep rot water. I too would like the flashback right when I'm about to get attacked, and suddenly after the attack, it's like, I got it. I got it. I know what I need to do now. Fun fact, Mr. Coin has actually never done this particular invasion before. I could not be happier to be experiencing something new. We got a whole bunch of stuff that's new, and I would actually probably add that right here. Mr. Rasby says a flashback of how you were plowing land or some shit, and a friend there saying something meaningful. Sometimes hoes are just not loyal. That's pretty funny. I know that that's probably not meant as a quote joke per se, but that was such a sick setup for one. 21 jokes with it was then it was a joke, even better. Then I picked up on it. Just like I don't know if I necessarily picked up on it. I guess maybe it was more like I picked up on it and then I wasn't confident that that's what I picked up on, and so I didn't pick up. I questioned that signal, but that's just me. Let me swap this away and then get ready. Mr. Raspy says, oh, we did 10 plus 9. Wouldn't that be 10 plus 11? Oh, well, no, you're talking about today's number of jokes. Yeah. That makes a little more sense to me now. Oopsie. I promise not that dense. All right, my lovely friends, my senators, and my inductees. It is time for me to hide away from the camera again while we do something I have no idea. Mr. Raspy says it's that joke that 10 plus 9 is 21, not 19. Ah, I guess I'm not getting the like that's a good joke. I'm sure it's funny. But Coin personally has never bumped into that joke, so I have no context for how it is supposed to be funny, other than, you know, incorrect math is funny. Mr. Rasby says, got Coin roasted. No, that's it's, never mind. This is autistic quicksand. The more I try to explain, the worse it gets. Let's just, I'm gonna fight now. We got Pollyanna, Mary, and, like, who else? We have... I saw Amy there. And then I died. So, like, Millicent killed one, like, what other one could be remaining? Mr. Raspy says, Kekwa, the nonchalant roast is amazing, 10 out of 10. Oh, I'm glad you find it funny. I'm glad you find it funny, good sir. Let's go, Amy... Maureen? All right. What? I guess don't charge into the sister. Don't cast into the sister with a spear, or else you're gonna get speared. Also, this is not the correct way to mark those deaths. Don't charge into the sister. Too true. Don't charge into them. Yeah, you know, make sure the things for them are free, right? Probably gonna have my own sisters in a second. Let's try to, like, lump them together if we can. Yeah, that worked out way better. That's exactly what I should have done. I could have cast some spell, and then while that spell is ticking, I can, like, run to get the sisters, like, clumped together all in one fell swoop. And then we only died twice. Alright, so now that we've done that, I can find her near where her summoning sign was, sitting by the pool. Oh, cool. And then, like, reload the area.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, was the 5-minute warning for the commercial break, which we will take at the top of the hour. It'll be the last one for the day. I want to thank everyone so much for hanging out with me. I'm greatly appreciative of that. In about 4.5 minutes, there will be a timer on the screen that will indicate when the break starts and how long it lasts. And during that time, there will be some ads that play if you're on Twitch. I highly recommend that if you're anything like me, you don't have an ad blocker, because ad blockers make things complicated, and you don't have Twitch Turbo, just come on and take a stretch break with me. Get up, get out of your seat, move them legs, and whatever fit your fancy, really. And I promise that ad break I promise the ad break won't bother you one bit. That said, don't let me be the keeper of your time. Spend it however you want. That's just what I would do. Once the timer has finished ticking down, the ad break will be well and truly over. I will have, the ad break will be well and truly over. I will have returned to my seat, and we will pick right back up where we left off. It really just is that simple. Mr. Rasby says, imagine a Dota 2 announcer, but voiced by Coin. Imagine. I gotta be careful I don't, like, squish this, like, mouse cord that I have here. I could say that, or like a Smite announcer, but also by Coin Stamp FM. Oh, no. Whoops.
Hello. Thank you for lending your hand. Without your help, I could not have defeated that quartet. I feel as if I've been in your debt from beginning to end. Thank you. With your help, I was able to live as my own person. If only in passing.
Mr. Raspy says, what if I want a website, but I don't want things complicated? Well, I mean, then I guess I guess you could just go find the quadrilateral area, right? Pretty easy stuff. They have a website algorithm that works perfectly for anyone, regardless of experience.
But this is where things end. I paused to even tell you, but I took out the needle myself. Tell whoever put you up to this that if I am to flower into something other than myself, I would rather rot into nothingness as I am. Please, let me pass alone. The scarlet rot writhes now, worse than ever. Soon, I won't be more than a mound of flesh, curse-laden, untouchable. I wouldn't want such a thing to bring you harm. Please, the scarlet rot soon, curse.
A mound of flesh. Mr. Raspy says, Quadrospace, welcome back, Troll Castle Challenge. Mr. President, sir, I've been asked by the chair to inform you that one new client has joined us who wishes to be a streamer and would like the TCC to help them out. The chair has approved any method that you and your team of staff can think of. Okay, I don't know if I can take a look at that now, but I will try to take a look at that after the stream ends. And I believe we need to reload this area, probably back over here at Gallery Shack. Mr. Drasby says, a new customer wants to talk to the Concilier. Yeah, I suppose so. Not strictly me, but I'm usually the one that answers tickets these days, so yeah.
Millicent, my daughter, why would you take out the needle? You were so close, so very close to becoming the fairest of all flowers. Would you disown us too, as your mother did? We children of the Scarlet Rot.
See everyone after the break. I'm back. Sorry about that. I hope we all had a wonderful commercial break. Before I forget, you know, this would be a great time to remind folks that are listening in and maybe are part of the Discord that we're doing we are running a current vote item right now for you know, what the next Let's Try is going to be. We had fun with Mega Bonk last Saturday, but alas, it you know, it can't all be dopamine maxing Mega Bonk days, and eventually we gotta move on from games. And the whole point of a Let's Try is to keep things fresh, like every week if we can. That said, we're voting to determine what that next Saturday should be. If you guys want to vote on the current Let's Try Saturday, feel free to join my Discord server. I'd love to have you. It's a fairly quiet place, quiet server. But all of your membership benefits are derived and banked right in the Discord. So private channels, early thumbnails, that sort of thing, or semi-exclusive videos. And by semi-exclusive, I mean released to you early and then released to the public later. That type of thing. Early only great fairies access. No. If I were to ever do anything like that on a serious note, I would keep that so separate it's not funny. So separate it's not funny. But I know, but that was a pretty amusing thing, yes. Mr. Resby says the best disguise is the one in plain sight. Too true.
Millicent, Millennia, do you detest us so utterly? Millicent, Millennia, do you detest?
I see. Well, old man Gallery, are you off to slink into the shadows again? But yes, I'd love to have people's votes. You know, the vote item is due Thursday of this week at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so an hour before the day changes over.
Millennia, do you detest?
Oh, you're just gonna sit and say that. All right. Very well. That'll be the back at the drainage channel. Mr. Resby says, I want TTP, the Talos principle, and it will happen when the sale happens. If and when there's a sale, yeah, I'll do my best to keep an eye out on it. And of course, Mr. Rasby, if you also have not voted on the item yourself, the current vote item is multiple choice, so you can pick any and or all of the options you wish to see, good sir. And there is one for write-in options too. So, that's on my Discord server and not the TCC. Man, it feels weird being the. It doesn't feel weird. It feels unreal at like the fact that I essentially quote lead one of like two places at once. Or I have like almost two communities at once. Mr. Rasby says I care about fairness. One of the things I've thought a lot of is a custom voting system that takes into account user presence. Oh, like how long they're there on the server or how active they are. Yeah. Goodbye, Millicent. It was nice to see you again. This needs a set, man. Like, one-handedness with an empty offhand seems great. Is this a corpse or... Yeah, it sure is. She's rotted away into nothing. Intricate needle of unalloyed gold. Okay. Mr. Resby says, I want to implement that at the English Club, but I guess I could propose something here. If it would help me refine your idea, then sure, absolutely. Like, and by refine, I don't necessarily mean that it needs refining, but if you think you can refine it by proposing it, quote, here, then go right ahead. I want to be a place that everyone feels like they can speak that sort of stuff, and if I can be helpful, I generally will. Okay, then we get the unalloyed gold needle can be used at the Flower Melania's arena in order to receive Mikola's needle. Okay. He's already dead. Okay, so now if we kill him... he will disappear and we will get his items. Good. This is what I was wanting to know. Mr. Resby says, note that this was for the English club, so numbers would be off, but the mechanism is similar. Okay. Essentially, roughly how it would work, at least in that place, is if you participated once in the last 12 months, you can vote and you get 1 point. If you participated in the last 1 to 2 sessions, you get 1 point. And if you participated in the last 3 out of the last 6, in the 3 of the last 6 months, you get another point. Goal: weigh the vote of people such that the more involved people are, both long-term and recently, the more points they can score. And people who don't watch can't vote, or their vote matters a lot less. Okay. And in a system that's kind of closed to like a local populace, that works great. So then my question would be is, let's say there were people paying money into the system, right? Like tiered subscriptions, like Twitch or wherever. How would you factor that into such a proposal? Once you're done explaining, or once you've tied this all neatly, unless the goal was tying it all together pretty neatly, then, you know, go right ahead. All right, gallery. Guess who else detests you? Bye. Raises potency and cast speed of incantations. Great. Mr. Rasby says, 1 step at a time, of course. I suppose that I would also need to get extra score. Those also need to get extra score, but you would need to think about it. That's fair. The English club, of course, has no money involved, though I had considered the extra points for those who help organizing. But I believe it would incentivize gaming the topic by helping in order to be a specific topic. Right. So like people, in other words, it's rewarding the process directly, which makes sense. Okay, so then we go back here to the Halleck tree roots. No thank you. That is gonna be a ban. Goodbye. Man, they're really like coming out in force today. The goal is to incentivize persistent community. I like your idea, good sir. I like it a lot. I should probably work to implement it myself. So we can take... I don't think this is Melania's flower, but... I do believe we are at that point. You know, my lovely audience. We're at that point where after we're done being in this room... It's boss time. I believe this is now the elevator used for getting back up top. Yep, because this is where we fought the big Chungus #1 that doesn't respawn. Mr. Raspy says, if you like it a lot, hire it in the way that tell me that you care about it, and I will think more about it and throw critique and downsides you see with it. Because I care deeply about fairness, but I deeply care about pragmatism. A clean, delicate, and seamless solution doesn't exist. For me, it's worth the struggle, struggle towards more fairness regardless. I definitely think there could be an argue to incentivize not only paying into the system, but also activity. I think it would maybe incentivize them at a somewhat equal length. Okay, there's nothing here, which is fine. That's totally fine. Yeah, there's no rune piece there. That's fine. That's what I wanted to make sure of. Let's go level up at the Table of Lost Grace and maybe turn in, get like a couple of Starlight Shards, and then let's get some, Glovewort, like Glovewort level 8.
Well, I took you for no matter and say out your arms.
And we should be pretty close to like 3 levels. Like really close. But we'll have to see. Yeah, I'm trying to like incentivize people to be a little bit more active on the Discord, but at the same time, I also don't want to force things either. And I think rewarding activity would be a good way to do that. Mr. Resby says, but yeah, note some deliberate choices that maybe are not visible. There is no score reward if you were active longer than a year ago, because recency matters a lot. And you get score for participating only, not for anything else. Yes. Not for ideas being accepted and not for helping organization. Yeah, I totally get that. I will sell that because we don't need it. Don't need either of those. Herb tree incantations, I don't need that. And then we could get rid of the pest glaive. The same thing is true of those. Loretta's war sickle. I think I'll get rid of that. We don't need it. I'm doing this all one-handed, by the way. I've got my other hand fiddling around with papers right this second. Okay, and I'll sell the armor at a later date. That's fine. $240. If I had like 20,000 runes lying around somewhere, maybe armor could help. Let's see. Hold on. We'll also offer the bell pick. Oh, we don't even have to spend Starlight Shards on this, I don't think. Yeah, we sure don't. Renown Ashes. Yeah, we can get rid of that. We can buy 2 of these, 2 of those. Yeah, that ought to be good. And then we're a lot further away from 2 level ups, which is kind of sad, but that's fine. Let's get the 1 level up we can get, and I guess I'll convert those back. Mr. Ransby says, yes, if you want to incentivize involvement, but only if it's fruitful and not at the expense of the experience of the person. For me, the game choice doesn't matter much for me as long as we can swear. Fair enough. And as long as you can read chat enough times, I'm fine with whatever. Elden Ring and Breath of the Wild were pretty great. In the example above, you wouldn't actually want me to specifically vote unless I randomly feel like it. Since I personally know those games, I wouldn't want to vote. I wouldn't want to vote uninformed. That's fair. That's fair. I think I could see the reasoning for that. Cool. We are done with that, and either we'll work on stamina consumption, or I know Melania's Great Rune unlocks some new binding runes. We could have some rune pieces set up for whatever that is going to be, but not sure yet. Yeah, I think I get the general like gist of what you're putting down there. So in a way, I'm also not necessarily advocating for more fair voting, but enjoyable interaction. So for example, here, if you want more involvement, a thing I could propose is just genuinely asking, directly asking a viewer like me directly about what they care about when picking a game. What do they care or not care about, or other stuff. Yeah. I should probably be writing some of this down, actually. Mr. Rasby says, since interactions here are pretty individual already, you could just be straightforward with it. The number of people is low that you don't need to rely on statistical signs, but more on your gut check and what people say. I will probably try to rely more on what people say, because my gut can be an awful indicator of what to do sometimes. But yeah, I get what you mean. I don't need to know what the heuristic composition of preferences are between, like, my entire audience at once. Because I'm not going to get... A, I'm not going to get that anyway, and B, the people that are regular here... already express that every single day. Mr. Raspy says, man, I work as a programmer, but I really don't feel like an engineer. I feel like a designer with coding skills, a designer with a hammer, definitely not the other way around. Well, then I guess what I can ask is, do you feel bothered by that? Is that something that bothers you, quote unquote? Or are you just making the observation of, you know, yes, I just happen to be this thing. Quote unquote. Let's see. 7, 8, 9. We have plenty of 9s, but we only have one great glovewort. Which is so unfortunate, it's not funny. Oh, I don't have the ability to get an 8 right there. Oh, I do if I pop a rune or two. And then do something like this. We also want to get rid of this ritual sword talisman now, because we will not have any means to cast what we won't have any means to, like, keep our health full. That's not going to be a thing we can optimize here. Now, how many runes do we need for this again? Mr. Resby says, yeah, that's a good point. People already express the info, because we'll be talking about something and people, at least the folks I get that talk regularly do that. Whereas I think if I actually got a sampling of everyone that's here, maybe that wouldn't be the case. Mr. Resby says, hard to say, a bit perhaps, but I like that I have agency. I'm not a helpless designer. I don't rely on someone to implement what I describe, and I don't lack the understanding of the tools involved, so I know what would work, what it would work. I decide that something is a better user experience, and I can very directly fight and implement it. Like on the current project, if I'm bothered by something, I will take up ownership for it and go and do it. Makes sense. Oh, are you serious? There's only one of those? Oh, no, that's just telling me I'm out of runes to do that with. That's all. And I still end up with about the same gap, too. It's this one right here.
Greet, are you here for spit?
Well, then I'm glad you find that liberating and freeing. That's probably the best thing I could say there. You feel like you have enough agency. Mr. Resby says, a thing I deeply enjoyed doing recently was a display I implemented a long time ago. I want to get back to it and I want to master the user experience with it. And so I just started reading the reviews of the product and such and brainstormed how to improve it. But out of my own volition, and after my current project will be over, I will explicitly request the time and resources to implement that stuff that I believe in. So you're asking for permission to do that? I want to make sure I understand that right. I think I'll buff. I think I will use that on Lutel, and then I have all the other spirits that I need. Of course, I want an overhaul on a completed project. Okay, yeah, then you're having to ask permission. I just wanted to make sure I understood that right. Thank you for the clarification. As part of your bucket list, do you think you're going to get the permission for it? I realize I'm asking you to predict that, and no one can really do that fairly effectively, but it's a thought exercise nonetheless. I wonder if you can get another great like a great grave or ghost glove wart. I'm kind of curious. Might it be spirit ashes? No. Nope. Also no. Huh, you should be able to get some of the great ones unless you could, like, buy that later. Wait, what? Alright. That feels like a missed experience. Mr. Rasby says, I guess if I was doing user experience or design as my actual direct job, maybe it would have also gotten poisoned when I started coding the first years. I deeply enjoyed it. After it was a job, after 1 to 2 years, I stopped enjoying it. You go on to say, I hope the management accepts, as they were on the lesser agreeable end while still agreeing to a bunch of stuff. But if they don't accept, I will propose to work half of my time at work on it and the other half of my free time just because it's important to me. Fair enough. I mean, that's the most I could ask for, is what you thought about it. It's doing minor. Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like I feel like I should make that suggestion to Team Kernifer. And maybe see about that. I guess if the goal is that they're supposed to be finite, then it's not a big deal, but I kind of feel like I definitely sort of feel like, be the roots. I definitely feel like you could, like, spend, like, 10 Starlight tokens to do that. Well, my lovely senators and inductees, we're not, we have half an hour left to go, but it is boss time. Are you guys ready to see the most unfair boss in the history of regular Elden Ring? I am. Mr. Resby says, you were talking about some tokens and I thought you were making a point about what I said. No. Starlight tokens. Starlight tokens. Not those tokens. These tokens. You get them sometimes. I'm like, what the fuck does this American man say? Gibberish. I say gibberish. I say Anything other under the sun that is gobbledygook and a half. Yes, it sounded comprehensible, didn't it? It's worse than brain rot. At least brain rot has the courtesy of being gibberish. And it genuinely sounded like it was about the topic. I think I need to delineate my conversations a bit better. That's funny. I'm sorry for the confusion, for what that's worth, good sir. I am sorry for the confusion. Let me go back and look forward to that. Well, I definitely hope that they... Is that what AI sounds like? Where it's like, it's so close to getting the point, and then the AI will say something stupid, and then, or write something stupid, and you're like, oh, this person used AI, didn't they? They vibe coded or put in the prompt so carefully too, it was so close to cooking, but it got burnt right at the end. Mr. Resby says, oh, you were absolutely right. This command does wipe your computer data. Oh no, bad, catastrophically bad. Anyway, as much as I could jibber jabber all day, we have to get this show moving. We gotta get it on the road. We're not allowed like companions, but we are allowed spirit summons here. And so I am going to, of course, replace this with our dear friend Latena. Where is she? She's right here. Actually, I'll try Lutel first, because Lutel has the decent courtesy of dodging. And there's a whole cutscene for both phases. So at least for the first time, I will go ahead and just wink out the overlay so you guys can see it. In a real run, I would skip this 110%. We would just go right into it, but I want the routing to serve as like a way for you guys to see the story too. So we've made our goal for today, because it's going to take us some time to workshop Melania, and I need to figure out what spells do and don't work for her. I guess before I do that, I'll read this last statement. Mr. Rasby says, but yeah, you said that thing about identity. I feel that way about creative work. There's a few projects I deeply care about, but it's very on and off. Whenever I commit to one project, I deeply lose interest for it, and a random one bubbles up and so on. And so I can only think and maybe design, but not implement until the day I would be part of a team. And where the teammates can handle the other stuff, I can't really do it comfortably. That sounds like me in video editing, man. That sounds like me and like the 5 or 6 things I'm doing. I'll start doing one, and then the interest, the spark to do it kind of fizzles out. Commitment issues suck a lot. It's probably not exactly the same thing, but I feel some kinship in being able to start something and then struggle doing it somewhere along the way. That's kind of been my channel in a nutshell, if I'm being honest, but I digress. I'm gonna think about the next things I want to say on that subject while we fight. I'll see everyone. Mr. Rasby says, well, I'd say it's helpful, productive issue, because if I push myself to do it, I go through more hell than it'd be worth. Yeah, and you might like, you might try an idea and get really far with it, and like push yourself to implement the idea, and then it turns out later you want to scrap the whole thing. So it was nothing more than wasted effort. In addition to pulling teeth, right? I totally get that. It's definitely something I've had to learn myself. All right, cutscene time. Okay, Troll Castle Challenge. I'll try to look at it when I can. This is not a good time for that. I'll see what I can do. Thanks for giving me the update.
I dreamt for so long. My flesh was dull gold, and my blood rotted. Corpse after corpse left in my wake. As I awaited his return. Heed my words. I am Melania, Blade of Mikola. And I have never known defeat.
Well, it would help if I weren't muted. I brought out the wrong one, but it's fine.
Do you understand? I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Yeah, okay, let me just take a look at this. Yeah, thank you again for the update. Mr. Rasby says, yes, it's like when your phone rings and you just started washing your hands. Yeah, that conversation didn't sound like that, didn't it? Mr. Rasby says, I must say, introducing yourself is something you do before a fight. Yeah, I would say so. Okay, so I can already tell right away that I find it a cool idea to start speaking during a boxing match. I used to be a farmer back in my day. Yes, the parroting of... We don't need flame cleanse me, because if I'm getting infected by scarlet rot by Melania, I'm dead. Guaranteed. DED, dead. Maybe him skill issue. Something like that. Yuck. What is she vulnerable to? We do get a limited codex entry. Mr. Resby says, when I left home, my mom said, don't lose. And I don't, not only can I not, did she say don't lose, but that I could never know defeat, or I would be disowned. Keck W, imagine going into an MMA match or boxing match and start speaking with your opponent. I get both their anime characters and have the fight last 30 minutes or something. God, that's almost like rigging the match right there. Your rage consumes you, John. Oh my god. Just render it as an anime already and like go from there. That's insert every anime plot ever. This is why Natasha left you, by the way. You just couldn't let go of your anger, your idleness. Yeah, that I cringe internally, but yes, it does make for good script, doesn't it? You'd watch that so much and you don't even watch anime. But if it were made into an anime, that concept right there, you would surely watch it. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know quite yet. I'm thinking about what I would even do here in that spot. This definitely feels like a don't even bother with like buff spells thing. Mr. Rasby says, deep breath. Some men know no defeat. Check to see which one of us meets that. Send him out to fetch the milk one last time. Something like that. Don't actually make the plot on fetching the milk. Oh my god. Sinister. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Pure absurdity would be that plot line. Well, time to try again. And this time we're not going to have the sexy goddess with rotting flesh talk to us. Ah, Deck Nabbit. Thank you for the ban. For the assist on that ban. Mr. Rasby says, but yeah, that's on my bucket list now. Get into a duel fight with an opponent and plan to do a genuine anime talk during it. Good luck. That's basically every fight scene in a video in film ever. It's just it's the choreographing. Normal people wouldn't talk while they're beating people up without a good reason. Mr. Rasby says, I need a recording of it if it happens. You're taking notes. Yeah, please do take notes. We'll try this one, but I don't expect Lutel to get me too many places. Yo, that was waterfowl dance. That's right. Yuck. I forgot she does this at 70% health. Mr. Resby says, introduce oneself only after the fight already started. Checked. Well, she does introduce herself at the beginning during the cutscene. From cinematic close-up camera on the character, looking very far away in slow motion. Note that that is not vanilla camera, by the way. Reforged had to add that kind of camera. Mr. Rasby says, now you understand on a landed hit. No, that quote comes in when they're killed. So that would have to be a defeat quote. If you're going to use the quote, so implement them however you want. I'm merely joshing. Mr. Rasby says, but yeah, if I were to do that, I genuinely also want it to be like a fight, like a genuine fight with genuine anime talk. So we need some scripting and decide in ahead of time. But only part of it, so it can finish early. I'm the captain now. Fair enough. Steer the plot ship away, good sir. Steer it away. But while that is happening, more workshops on the boss. All right, Melania, I will make you no defeat, woman. Direct hit. Uh-oh. All right.
Wait.
Oh, hello.
The scarlet bloom flowers once more.
Aw, man, why do you have to be unclothed? Come on, Melania. Put on some pants. Thank goodness there's nothing revealing.
This true horror. Rot.
That's a long time to stare at a woman doing that. No, thank you. Yeah, I'm not surprised that happened. I probably have about another attempt left before time is up. That was close. I was surprised I got as far as I did, but I'm not gonna really be able to use a generator for this fight. So I need to set up my flasks in such a way that I have more FP to work with. I probably want something like a 10-4 or an 11-3 split, with most of those being cerulean. That is probably what I would say there. All right, let me go back and catch up. Mr. Renesby says, so I suppose it also means that the plot should be unveiled only depending on the length of the fight. So if it's genuinely a short fight, because it just so happens to be short, then not a whole lot of lore. You darn right. Then you go on to say, so I think some parts need to be scripted and some shared lore must be known. I wonder if both me and the opponent should know of each other's script, or if they should prepare the script independently so the reaction is genuine in practice. Yeah, because there's likely to be some improv, right? I guess also worth asking if me and that guy need to create a new story. The actual fight, use a dummy one for a practice fight. And then you're like, oh, my eyes! Ew, disgusting naked women. And she had rotted scales as pasties. Come on now. But yes, like, when I saw it, I was like, there's no way this passed the quality assurance check. There's no way that they genuinely put that in the game. But as I've said before, this game is not for children. Children should not be playing Elden Ring. Please go play, like, Fields of Mistra or Friends, A Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineral Town, or some other, like, child-friendly game. Where? She was in the air. Mr. Rasby says, 10-4, what was that police call out? You may have one text before. Kappa. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, imagine having semi-sexual content in a game with beheading. Ew. Wait, so, insert, The Witcher 3 / like, what is it? Crusader Kings? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Well, no, yeah, I know not simultaneously, but... Yeah, I definitely know not simultaneously. These are fortunes, not flasks. Allocate charges like this. We're gonna try it like that. Unless you're into that. I don't judge. I might judge a little bit, but, like, people do themselves, I guess. And if we go overtime, then I guess I'm fine with that. I guess I'm fine with this turn of events. Let's try this again once more with feeling, shall we? See everyone on the other side. If I get the... I don't think I'm gonna get this, but I'm sure as hell gonna try. For attempt number 3. I should just defeat her. Come on. All right. I'm dead. Yep. I died. I probably have time for another attempt if it's like that. I think I actually probably need to, like, not do that. Mr. Rasby says, yes, get her some clothes. It must be cold in that cave. Maybe. Maybe. Either she has high internal heat generation on demand, or both you and her are deeply sweating under that armor beforehand. I'm probably sweating because fire. She probably is generating her own heat, or... I'm sorry, you know, she doesn't care. Like, she has unfeeling, rotted flesh. Mr. Jason says, adding to what Troll Castle Challenge said earlier, this new client is also someone well known to our biggest streamer, Suremu. Yeah, I know it is important, good sir. I will endeavor to answer that after the stream, I promise. I know they're going to be asking a bunch of questions and all that. Troll Castle Challenge alerted me to that I just have not had a good opportunity to answer that or to handle them yet, quote unquote, to make sure they're well taken care of. I definitely endeavor to do that. Promise, good sir. Mr. Raspy says, ah yes, the classic plot of important meeting upcoming. Do I play that encouraging character or the other character that doesn't want to have anything to do with that meeting? I don't know. And it'll be interesting to see if you take that anywhere. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. We didn't state that it was an immediate. Okay. All right. I'll make sure that, I'll make sure it gets handled after the stream. Yeah, we've got, I think if I do this quick, we have, it looks like we have a slight disconnect. You may want to refresh your stream if it's, if it's glitching out or doing crazy things. Mr. Jason says very high priority, but not immediate priority. No worries, Mr. Jason. Thank you for giving me the update on that. I will take care of that after stream tonight. Mr. Rasby says probably the latter, but I can make self-referential jokes. Fair enough. But please do rest well and take care out there, Mr. Jason. Please do that. All right. Let's see if I can do it this time. All right, Lutel, you and me, let's go. All right. We will be workshopping this tomorrow. I feel like we definitely progressed faster on this than I thought we would. I do have to call it here though. Mr. Resby says, yeah, we'll also need to sleep when the stream ends. Had enough ramming for the day. Faster declothing process. Oh no. Oh no, say it isn't so. Man, everyone, I think multiple people would like that process. Anyway, you guys have been awesome, as always. Kick 10 out of 10 sound effect choice. Thank you, thank you. Hey, look, see, I've got comedic timing. I just wish I said comedic things. It's more like I do things that people find comedic. But yes, my lovely senators, praetors, and inductees, we will be working on putting an end to the tale of Melania, goddess of rot, tomorrow. Mr. Raspy says, you do say comedic things sometimes, but I don't intend them as comedic, is the problem. But, thank you to everyone who came out. Much appreciated. We'll be back tomorrow. Of course, yes, please do take care of yourselves. Have a safe and wonderful rest of your evening. Rest of your evenings, plural. Especially if I don't see you guys again. You guys know the algorithmic things to do. And if you guys don't know the algorithmic things to do, well, just click on my link tree and it will become fairly apparent what I am asking for. But otherwise, I will see you guys in the next one. And with that, take care of yourselves. Farewell and goodbye.